Guard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack, Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard! Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet! Bushiroad!
Good morning and welcome everyone to BRO 2023. We are back with another Bushiroad Rumble Online, and you are watching the AO region, and we're going to be your casters for today. Myself, Different Fight, joined together by Kai and the Captain. How are you guys doing?
Good. It's good to be back. Good times. I think we're all ready for some nice V. How about you, Captain?
Yeah, it's a cold morning today, but I'm ready to fire up and see some awesome games this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting time. You know, BRO this year is a little bit different from past ones, but we're still happy to have, remote events going as, gives a great opportunity for players that do not have access to in-person venues. Some people just want to play throughout the year, Even technically right now we should be in like off season before Springfest starts, or as Springfest is starting up, we still give some events to the community to take part in. But with all that being said, let's take a look at what BRO is, of course, and what the format looks like as well, for those of you tuning in for the first time that might not be as familiar with it before. So Cap, take us through what we're going to be seeing this weekend.
Yes, this weekend we are all going to be seeing some V Premium action. But today will be the Swiss rounds, best of one series, and then as we move on into the next day, tomorrow on Sunday, we will be having that top 8 cut, and we're going to be seeing the top 8 players duke it out for first, second, and third for our prizes. So yeah, that's the format that we have for this weekend. Let's just see what the schedule is like, shall we? Kai, could you take us to that?
So this schedule we mentioned before is a bit different this year for BRO. So we have this weekend, right? That's happening now and tomorrow for V. But moving on to the second week of BRO, it will be Weiss Schwarz, and that is in May. So we have a big jump for the first 2 BROs, right? So if we can get that swapped over, we can take a look at that one, and you can see it's on 19th of May and the 20th. But then after that, we're back to Vanguard on week 3. So that is in August 25, 26, depending on your region, to the 26th or the 27th. So another weekend. This is for standard. And then lastly for premium is all the way at the end of the year, so week 4. And that will be down in November. So November 18, 19 weekend. Should be pretty cool, right? Should be pretty nice and spread out because we do have real life events as well. So, there's a lot going on. But let's look at what the players are fighting for. The prizes. Mr. Different Fight, can you show us what's been going on?
That is right. And of course, we just had the release of the Chrono Jet Stride deck set in English, and there's no better prize than a Chrono Jet for every format. And so for V Premium, you're going to be playing for if you get top 4, you get a certain certificate for sure, just from getting top 4. And then if you manage to make it to the semifinals or to 3rd place, then you manage to win yourself 1 copy of the Chrono Jet Dragon V Premium version, the V version of Chrono Jet, as the winner card, as well as 1 booster box, as well as the 3rd place certificate. And then if you manage to make it to the finals, even if you come 2nd place, you get 2 copies of the Chrono Jet together with a box and a certificate. And 1st place gets an entire playset of the prize card in all of its full art borderless glory. So it's an exciting prize, a very good time, and of course, you'll see the prizes over the year. This is definitely the year of the Chronojet for sure, and I think it's going to be pretty exciting for everyone participating in BRO. And I think it fits the theme. We got a little bit of a futuristic kind of vibe going on with BRO all the time, so I think Jet as the prize definitely fits that quite well. So I think it'll be exciting to see all the players that duke it out, and there's some Gear Chronicle mains that I know are going to be definitely gearing for that prize as much as possible and trying to make it as far as they can in these tournaments this year. So those are the prizes, and I hope that the players are excited because of course there's a lot on the line, and for the viewers as well, you can watch them duke it out in this format that I think if you are a Gear Chronicle fan, you're going to be seeing a lot of Gear Chronicle throughout this weekend as well, because it is definitely one of the decks that is the kind of deck to be taking it all in this tournament as well.
Yep.
I agree.
There's still a few out there. I know at Worlds, a lot of players definitely took Gear Chronicle because nice safe pick. But I'm interested to see, in the wider community, what everyone is bringing. That is not exactly all Gear Chronicle, right? Mm-hmm. I think we have. Do we have a format video that we're going to show?
That's right. So.
Players?
For those of you tuning in for the first time that might not know how BRO works or how V Premium works, especially, we have a special video prepared for you that will explain exactly how the format takes place and all the little things you might want to know before you watch the action today. So please do take a look, and we'll be back with round 2 of the V Premium BRO 2023. Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards, as well as the clan collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Axel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which Force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Axel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Axel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Axel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Axel circles. Not only that, Axel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Axel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian Circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects: either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show. All right, welcome back everyone. We are back for round 2 here of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. So round 1 has actually concluded. We did let the players get the head start ahead of the stream, but it's gonna be pretty exciting because of course we have still quite a few decks and players of course that have managed to break through round 1, which is, you know, I think the more stressful one. It's where, you know, you gotta one. Yeah. It's the morning nerves, you know, like you just sat down for the first time for the tournament and you're just like trying not to, you know, just lose it in terms of like, oh my god, I have to play against all these players from all over the world. And it's just a lot of stress for a lot of players that for some of them is their first tournament ever. So we're past those round 1 nerves and now getting into round 2 and onwards is going to be a very exciting time.
Yep. And again, right, we know there's the big boogeyman decks out there. I'm excited to see what we're gonna see that is, you know, gonna fight against it, what people are gonna bring against it, right? Maybe not Steam Maiden, maybe gonna be something really cool. Let us know in the chat what you think. We'll be popping on stream, right? I know we know what may be coming, but I want to see your thoughts, right?
That's right. I mean, I think the deck that we're gonna be watching in round 2, I don't think anyone can expect. Even I, like when I was like, if you told me we're gonna be casting a V Premium tournament today, I'd be like, all right, we're gonna see some Steam Maiden, some Luard, you know, we're gonna see some Glendios. Maybe people like to play Glendios into Steam Maidens. You know, there's like a few decks that I would expect here and there, you know, but the one that we're gonna be watching was not on my list. Was not on my list of decks to see, and it's gonna be first Michael Winley's Steam Maidens will be the first one we're gonna watch, and it's the opponent side that I'm hyping up here. But of course, we have to talk about Steam Maidens if we're gonna be watching a tournament of the Premium, right, Kai? I mean, this is the deck. This is the deck of the format, and it is by far the best.
And one thing we want to just make sure to everyone is if you tune in for Worlds, maybe you missed the deck reviews. This tournament, BRO, is open deck list, so we can see all the nice and cool decks. First off, yes, it is the Steam Maiden. We have those Enteranas that just do so much for the deck. Able to do a lot of multi-attacks, abuse your force, one force marker or two, with just reusing it and getting lots and lots of attacks in. Very, very strong. It's just been so good, and recently, you know, lost the Colossus, but still a very, very potent deck. But Mr. Winley's opponent is going to be actually playing something quite unique. We'll swap it over and take a look, right? I think you'll be quite excited.
Let's take a look. It's going to be Fori with none other than Enigman Dimension Police. Now, this is a deck that I did not see coming today. Enigman Storm, of course, was released in the most recent Clan Collection that was released last summer. And, of course, it is, you know, the Clan Collection that brought in some pretty game-changing cards, but Enigman Storm was definitely not one of them that people saw as such. But it's still a pretty strong deck in and of itself. You have pretty consistent Vanguard multi-attack. You have your extra drives from things like Dizoris, and overall some pretty high consistency from just the general Dimension Police tools, right? I mean, you get to use Eternity Chaser to make sure you have the right grade 3s to ride. You can even search out your heal guards if you need them for certain matchups. And then, of course, you have a lot of other tools that this deck has access to make sure that you have pressure at all times. And we see a relatively high draw split here as well at the 6/6 count, which is also pretty interesting, not going in harder on the crits, or sometimes we see even like a bigger commitment to draws as well. So pretty interesting, and it's going to be Fori from Austria piloting this list.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this is going to turn out. Fori actually one of the few Dimension Police plays in the entire tournament. So yeah, if you're bringing this deck into this kind of format, you must have a plan, right? You must have a plan on how to beat the strongest deck in the format right now. So pretty excited to see what will happen, and maybe we can take a look at the game if the players are ready and get our BRO started, right?
Yeah, that is right. Let's get into it and take a look. We're gonna have Winley on the left with Fori on the right. Now, both of these players were actually at Worlds, so it's going to be a pretty exciting showing, and we'll get to see how things are going to compete. And Winley, of course, is a Gear Chronicle aficionado, definitely a big fan of the clan, so it's going to be interesting to see. And it looks like Fori is going to be going first with Dimension Police here as well, and riding into the Eternity Chaser, which will give you the access to any grade 3 you want when you ride over it, which is just an amazing ability. And I think he only runs like 2 copies of it, so pretty good that he managed to find it just like that.
Yeah, and going first, very, very strong in the format, especially if Steam Maiden gets to go first. But this time, Dimension Police going first, we're allowed to ride to grade 3 quicker. Basically, you don't want to be at grade 2 when you face off against Steam Maidens, unless you have Heal Guardians in hand. Then it's a bit safer. But the one issue, though, is that when the Steam Maiden player goes second, they actually run less Heal Guardians than other decks in the format. So you can actually capitalize on them not being able to stop your multi attacks, or big attacks as efficiently as you can. And is that I think Emily on the left is a bit
It might be a little bit frozen here, so we're gonna have to give him a second.
The grade 0 doing a nice swing in, right?
Yeah,
we can see 1 damage coming.
It may also be the case that this is on our side, of course, so because it seems that play is continuing seamlessly on the player side. So we're gonna just try to see if we can get M. Winley's camera fixed up on the stream here, but looks like we are gonna just proceed with the game state forward. He's gonna be using that Eternity Chaser in order to search out, of course, the what was the target here? Oh, it's just the reveal the Dizoris for the Brad Black there. So very nice.
Doing the good old piles again.
Yep.
Yeah. Eternity Chaser, nice. Great card. I wonder how much Fori is going to commit though. Here. Do you think actually not going to commit anything at all? Just
no, not necessarily. Finds the heal guard off the top is actually going to heal back down to 0 damage as well, which is pretty good. We like seeing that. And then we're going to see here, trying to load up Michael Winley's camera here, of course. Just got to give it a second. I think it is most likely on our side that the issue is persisting, not so much that it is on the players themselves, as play has been continuing relatively seamlessly. So we're going to see how things will continue. And we see here that, now 4 is in a pretty good state as well, as we can see. And I think we are getting play back on track. There we go. And onto a classic This is a
That's a
Steam
scary
Maiden
feel.
banger. It's a bit of a jump scare for some people, perhaps.
It went from a grade 0 only Chrono Dran to a Enterana already out with double cats. This is actually quite good for Fori because he triggered that. He triggered the heal guard the previous turn, right? So against this field, should be able to drop a heal guard and be relatively safe. And when we're actually doing the correct play here, though, going in for the Enterana first. I know some players like to attack Vanguard first, but when you know your opponent has a heal guard, technically it's better to attack with the side lanes first and then the middle. Because your Vanguard will always have some pressure, even if they use the plus 10k skill. And this Nabu is unfortunately just going to
swing empty just for the bind and draw.
Yeah, bind's pretty important though.
Yeah, 100%. This is like setup.
Yeah, you have. If you don't get a good bind zone, you just feel very, very sad. That's the unfortunate truth. You can't do any of the plays. Oh, we're going straight into what looks to be the Enigman.
Enigman Storm coming through. So gonna get that force marker on the Vanguard circle. Now, of course, for those of you that are not familiar with what Enigman Storm does, so he gets plus 5k power during your turn for every Enigman in the soul. The only Enigman in the V Premium format is Enigman Storm himself, so you do have to ride over this to get the power stacking. And at the beginning of the attack step, if his power is 20k or greater, he gets a crit, so he'll already have that on this turn. And if the power is 35k or greater, it gets an extra drive. And if it's 50k or greater, it also gets the red text that once per turn at the end of the attacked, you discard 2 to stand the Vanguard, and you increase or decrease the drive to 0 until end of turn. So it is just an empty Vanguard swing, basically. But it is still some pretty good pressure. I mean, it's huge numbers with the extra crit pressure as well that can get pretty annoying at times. And, you know, the restand skill you're going to basically just use at the right timing. And the power can definitely go pretty crazy, right? We are seeing the use here of the Twin Order in the back, which of course gives your Vanguard plus 10k for every force marker that you have. So currently it is going to be plus 10 there to the Vanguard. And of course, you also see that Platinum Ace here that on attack, if your Vanguard is at 30k or greater power, you can soul plus 1 to give the Platinum Ace plus 10k in a crit. So you're already pushing your opponent up to 3 here, and 4 is still at 0 damage, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I guess one of the great things about Enigman is that he doesn't need any counterblast. And although Steam Maiden does have countercharge in the deck, just by a little, right?
Yeah.
You still can get kind of stuck because, you know, you countercharge 1 per turn, but to do your full combo, you do need a few more CB than that. So if you're able to kind of lock your opponent at certain damage points, it does mean that the offensive power of the Steam Maiden deck can get crippled. And
yeah, that is correct. So let's
Vanguard's
see here.
Swing. I imagine this will be a no guard on Winley's side. Draw 1.
Yep.
I think it's 1 damage.
Gets a drop. Yeah, just the 1 damage pushing to.
Oh, no, it's 2.
Oh, there's a 2 from the crit that the Vanguard has as well. So push to 3. That's like a pretty sweet spot because you can basically like damage choke them at this point because Enigman just will always have the crit pressure on both the Vanguard column and the rears.
Yes.
Thanks to that Platinum Ace. And so we're gonna have to see how things are gonna proceed. You also have the option to basically re-ride into Brad Black one of these coming turns. Because the only reason why you go into Enigman Storm going first in order to have that crit pressure, it's kind of like the tail of most Dimension Police builds in V Premium where you go into the big crit pressure boss on your going first grade 3 turn, and then if you go second, you go into Brad Black, or turn 4, you go into Brad Black just for that second Vanguard swing, and then you basically have the Enigman Storm to like tag back in and get the extra power and everything after that. The only problem is that, like, you know, you have to make sure to have all those pieces, and luckily Brad Black does help you search on top.
Yes, and I wonder how much Steam Maiden is going to push here, because, you know, opponent's at 0. You really don't have it. There's not really any choice between like damage blocking and Dimension Police, right? Because he can literally just stay if he gets locked on an Enigman, and just continue putting on that pressure. So kind of a weird situation.
That is true.
Although Steam Maiden does have the power to like push a lot of damage in one single turn, pushing from 0 is still very, very hard. It's not as easy as like usually in V, right? Most decks do require like 2 turns to kind of push your opponent from like 0 to 6, and like something like the Ward can easily do that. But Steam Maiden, you have to give like damage, and not like stop at certain points. So it's definitely a bit of a weird situation for Steam Maiden here. But yeah, you can just farm more Interanas, right? I guess draw more cards. Get more cards in just kind of tank, right?
Yeah. So I think that is exactly what Winley is doing here. Basically just swung with the Antarana, and of course is, Antarana is just an insane card. Like being able to plus that much off of one card is so insane. And of course, one of the big reasons why this deck is so good in not just the V Premium form, but also in Premium, where it has an even bigger card pool on top of the G Zone too. And here we see that, of course, Fori takes 2 damage here, gets the crit defensive, and we're gonna have to see how things ended on M. Winley's side of the board here. It seems that we're just having a problem connecting to M. Winley's side, but the players themselves are having a relatively seamless experience here, so that is the most important. We do see the rewrite into the Brad Black here on Fori's side, going to be getting that second force marker and putting it on the Vanguard circle. All right, so committing all the power here to make sure the Enigma Storm swings for as big of a power as possible. And here we're going to see what other front row we're going to develop. You do want the 1CB here to go to the front row for the plus 10k. And of course, Brad Black just seems like a timeless card, right? It's like, it's been so good in the history of Dimension Police ever since its introduction, and like whether it's as a going second card or as a grade 3 searcher or just like in general a very flexible powerhouse. So we're gonna have to see how Fori here keeps developing this board, and we see here the Brad Black is gonna come out with the 1CB to the plus 10k to the front row, and now the Vanguard is already at 43, which does mean that this Dizoris will actually be giving the extra drive to the Vanguard after its swing. But first we're going to swing with the Brad Black, because of course you get to tag into another Vanguard first.
And then, yeah, I mean, anything that can make multiple Vanguard attacks, especially in Dimension Police, it's pretty good, right?
Absolutely.
It's a great effect. Last time we saw Winley with the 2 Enteranas, I assume just able to get some more cards. I don't really think this will be a lethal turn unless the cards that Geek drew was just not very good. But this will still drain should just drain a lot of cards out of the hand of the Steam Maiden player. The thing is, well, one thing when you play, these big power crit pressure decks, right? Your opponent only has 4 perfect guards, unless there's something like Astral Ports, which have a lot more. Have up to 8, or if there's ways to recycle them. They only ever really have 4 PGs. So after they lose those PGs, or they just don't draw it, the hand is just going to disappear very, very quickly. And
yes,
have the Vanguard swing from 40 here.
Yeah, so the Vanguard did connect with a crit, managed to find, I believe, pushing Emily to 5 potentially here, and we're going to be resolving the Brad Black here. Discarded 2 cards to go into the Enigma Storm once again. So now we do have Enigma Storm in the Soul, so that gives another plus 5k. And of course, also, we have the extra power here on top of that from the Brad Black that gives a plus 10k too. And here we can see that we had... Oh, so I believe M. Winley did heal down from 3 to 2 last turn, and therefore got pushed to 4 here from the Brad Black swing, which is really good pressure because essentially here, what Fori can do is swing with the Dizoris to a rear to give the extra drive and plus 10k to the Vanguard, and then with the 3 forces, that's already a 43k Enigma Storm. And then with the skill from the Brad Black, that's already 53. With the Dizoris, that'll be 63. So you already achieve the power line necessary for the extra drive, crit, and the Vanguard restand. And so even though the Vanguard restand will be with 0 drives, you're actually swinging with 4 drives on the initial Vanguard swing. So the discard 2 does not hurt as much.
But you can also swing, can't you? Swing with the Enigma first, decrease to 0 drives, and then +1. Does that work with the Dizoris?
Yeah, so the thing is that it like increases and decreases until end of turn. So I think, yes, once you do use the Dizoras, it will give it that extra drive. So it looks like that is going to be the case. It's going to be swinging with the 53 already, so he has the power ready. So yeah, you either go like 3-1 or like 4-0. It's kind of like a bit like Gallop going 4-0. But let's say it's going to be
if
swinging
you get
here.
3-1, yeah, if you get 3-1, I think 3-1 is definitely better.
More pressure.
Yeah, definitely.
You just... Okay, he's gonna PG this. You basically have to do that.
Yep.
And so let's see. Gonna be going in here, just gonna be confirming Enigma Storm. I wouldn't be surprised if for M. Winley this is one of the first times that he's facing against Enigma Storm. Oh, gotta not forget about the extra plus 5k, of course, from the Enigma Storm and the Soul too.
All the PGs. That's a drive check. Ooh.
Oh, was that twin drive? I think we do have one more drive.
Yeah.
Due to the power being 35k or greater. So Fori technically does have access to one more drive.
Yeah, one more drive. It's way bigger than 50k. Yeah, so it should be the restand.
Yeah, I think now he's already paying. I believe he's already paying the cost for the restand. Right? Oh, that's true. Yes, it is drive -1, so it's 2 due to the. That is correct. So it's -1 from the Brad Black, and therefore it is only 2. Yeah. So we break even.
But then, yeah, so he's deciding what to discard. And then I'm going to stand here. And then probably a Dizoras into an Enterana. It's pretty good.
Yes, like the only risk you're running there is basically the Dizoras having to swing into Vanguard if they like double intercepted and then like just dropped like super chunky shield. But obviously the power is a little bit too high to be intercepting here, so I think Fori took that gamble. And now we're going to see the Dizoras come through, give the extra power and the +1 drive to the Enigma Storm for the second Vanguard swing with the huge attack. And so this is going to be coming in with the big old power.
It's going to be the last attack as well for the turn.
Yeah.
It looks like Simeon is kind of figuring out. And no drive checks have come out yet, so I assume still thinking how to got it.
I would assume so too.
We can imagine what's happening on M. Winley's side. Right.
That's right. That's how the anime taught us. Oh, the drive is coming out.
The drive.
Hits the draw.
I think moving off all the counters, so M. Winley could have guarded that successfully, but I do imagine that hand size is slightly depleted now, unless 2 perfect guards were revealed.
Yeah, that is right. So now back to M. Winley here for the comeback turn. Gonna have to push forward pretty hard from 2 damage though.
Yeah,
but of course,
it's really scary. It's doable, but
yeah, but even then, like from 2, it's a quick succession of defensives will make that extra hard. And the bind's on set up pretty well for M. Winley as well.
Yeah, you need two defensives. The zone that we can see, we see the 0 and the 1. I don't know if I can see the 2 though.
Yeah, that's a good point. I see the
a few more just appeared, so that's good. He's got the double force markers as well.
There's an Enterana in there, so there is a 2.
Yeah, but that one doesn't jump. You need
true. It doesn't have the 2 that actually
Halo
leaps.
Yeah, no, there's the 2 now. There's the 2. So
yeah,
he's got the whole field, but I don't think he can full combo because you need to set up another 1 on the Enterana column. And he has the CB for the full combo though, but yeah, I think it's just missing maybe 1 piece of the puzzle.
Let's take a look. It's double force marker on that column as well, so it's going to be pushing for some tremendous power throughout this turn.
Yeah, this will actually be the perfect time as well to full combo, even though it's pretty. That Enterana is pretty tasty. If you have the combo there, you go like 0, 1, 2, 3 on the double force side, and then with the grade 1 on the other side, you can turn that grade 1 into a 2 and then put the 2 on like the force markers, and then continue there and keep on getting maximum value.
right. Gonna be resolving here.
There we go. There's the one actually going to. He does have the full combo then. A lot of bind zone as well. It's,
yeah, set up pretty fast, honestly. And Winley definitely showing that he's got what it takes to be standing here at BRO. Don't forget, there's gonna be 7 rounds of Swiss for the players in the AO region, so you do have to have a pretty good record in order to make it to day 2. And getting that first round win definitely takes you relatively far.
Is he attacking with the other side first? That doesn't feel right.
Appears to be the case.
It's more than 16 as well. It's definitely not a. It's hitting. According to the binders, like at 9-ish, I think. So. Well, 8. So that's like 16-24. So it's a lot of power. This grade 2 will come out. I think it's the ALOL. You can bind a card from the drop zone and you get power based on the grade that you bind.
Yep, so it helps to keep that chain going, and looks like the bind target is going to be the ALOL from the drop here. And now going to be using the effect of the ALOL on the Vanguard circle.
But I'm surprised he's just doing it on this side. He should double dip. I feel like he should have gone with this. Yeah, so this one should have swung first. Right. Unless he doesn't have multiple ones in the bind zone, which could be the case.
Yeah, perhaps.
And that will be, if that is the case, that will be a big sad.
Yeah. All right, the grade 1 comes out. Elul on the board now. Gonna be the first damage that Fori takes, now on 3 damage, no defensive though. So now the Elul can of course tag out with her effect. So of course, as long as you have Steamate and Vanguard, you can always keep CBing 1 and binding the target unit to call out 1 grade higher. So this calls out the grade 2, which of course is the Alol. And then this will be able to, once again, as you said, when placed from bind zone, keep setting up. You basically like make sure you don't run out of gas, which is one of the reasons why this deck is so strong. Is like you have some combo decks throughout the history of Vanguard that like they have their big combo turn and then they just run out of gas and die. But then Steam Maidens, I kind of want to say Gear Chronicle historically. We've had this since like the Elite 4 days of Time Leap, where you have the big combo, but through cards like the Urwatar, you would basically not run out of gas because you keep at least drawing cards, or your bind zone keeps having pieces in it. And Steam Maidens is very much a callback to that a little bit. Ooh, pretty drive checks though, and he actually took that, so relatively daring, I want to say. No guarding at 4.
That's, I mean,
the hand must be like bricked up with grade 3s then.
Yeah, that's.
He's only got like, I think he's like mulling over 2 cards what to discard for the PG here.
That's scary. It's like Norgard the Vanguard, really? Wow.
I mean, that must be the only choice. 2 cards in hand. All right, 4 needs to think. Gonna ditch the Enigma Storm. No rewrite for next turn.
That is it. But this will likely be Fori's final turn.
Yes, and 4 damage on M. Winley's side. Let's see if we can break through this damage. We're gonna be seeing that push. Let's see how far he can go. What is in that hand? It is a Dizoris that was kept. That will of course enable the extra drive here on that second swing. The power has been achieved. So actually no, technically he might have to swing with the Dizoris, either the Dizoris or the Platinum Ace column first. So the Platinum Ace column would actually enable to get way more power from the Twin Order. So Platinum Ace can swing your Vanguards at 30k or greater by default, and so therefore you can get the extra crit and 10k on that column. So it's gonna be swinging for a 28 on the side. And you get the big power in the Vanguard, and then that way you can still keep the opponent at 4. But looks like instead we're going to go with the Dizoris first. And of course, and Willen's going to take that damage. This is the only damage you can take this turn. So now the crit pressure is gone from the Platinum Ace as well as the Vanguard.
Did he really need to do that? I feel like, do you not have enough power? Maybe not.
I think, no, he had enough. So he was at 48 on the Enigman Storm. So it's technically not enough, but if you swung with the Platinum Ace column, you give plus 30k to the Vanguard while pressuring with a 2 crit to make sure that your opponent stays at 4.
Yeah, because I was thinking then you can attack with the Vanguard, right? And then if you hit any crits, you can put it on the Dizaurus.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So you have that nice lock there, but you know, that 1 CB is actually very significant because if M. Winley like survives this turn, you'll have 2 CB to work with. And that is a lot of attacks.
Yes.
And we know from Fori's point of view, his hand situation wasn't great. We got the Ulu coming down now. 25k shield, still not enough though.
Yeah, if you're not PGing this, you're gonna have to drop a lot to hard guard it. I mean, we're looking at if anything, this is interesting because if M. Winley doesn't actually have PGs in hand, that potentially means that he has to hard guard the 2 huge Vanguard swings, because the second one's actually gonna get even bigger because the Twin Order will give it plus 30k. So,
or he just has just enough PGs.
It might be just a 1 PG, so he has to hard guard the smaller Vanguard swing, which now again begs the question that like this Twin Order, like the power up from Twin Order is until end of turn. So look at all that shield.
So first check, it's 4 drives.
Yes, that is right. 4 drives of nothing but blanks.
Blank city. It's the quad drive curse. You know, you either get 4 godly checks or 0 checks.
Exactly. All right, here comes the big old swing. Gonna be soul blasting that Dizaurus right back out for the plus 10k and the crit. Gonna be a 28k swing here on the Vanguard with the extra crit. Twin Order gonna give a plus 30k to the Vanguard. So we're currently looking at a 43 from the forces, 63 from that power up, 78k. 78k that has to be PG'd or else. And it is going to be the PG. M. Winley has the shield necessary to survive against Foray's onslaught of huge attacks. And perhaps if the attack order had been a bit different, that might have been a different case. But
I feel like the attack order might have cost for the game here.
We shall have to see, though. At the end of the day, the Dizaurus was it's the 4 drive bet might have been more worth it at that point. Maybe his deck is like super compressed and he was willing to bet on that. But unfortunately, the 4 blanks did not really paint that kind of picture. So we're going to have to see. M. Winley here is going to be trying to execute. All you got to do is pierce through 3 cards in hand and deal 1 damage to win the game and secure the second round win out of 7. Being 2-0 at the start of the tournament is going to be huge because you immediately have relatively good tiebreakers. Like if you can keep your losses to later turns, and just like that, M. Winley is going to take round 2 over Foray. A great effort by Foray, of course, with Enigman Storm, a deck that we definitely don't see very often, but it's super exciting to see on stream here in the first stream round.
That's for sure. We definitely don't see Enigman Storm that often. But yeah, that was remarkably close. You know, that just felt anyone could have had it, right, at some point. And it's just that the extra power game might have sealed that game for Foray. But you know, M. Winley, power of the Enterana, getting those extra few cards, definitely save the game. So
yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Anything you'd like to add, Chris?
No, I mean, I think that was a great round to start off the tournament on. Super exciting. But I think with that, we will go for a short break as we get ready for our next round. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. Sorry, my camera's overheating because of the AC.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee at Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. And that's because, I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear, well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like,
Yes.
Developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. Well, so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories, but I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is, but of course there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun. That's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far. Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. Because, you have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
in fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right.
Okay.
So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions. English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? Something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans. Like, oh, okay, it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden arrangement?
I can only say that
Welcome back, everyone, for round number 3 of BRO 2023. We are here for yet another round of goodness for this third round of 7 here for the V Premium format of the AO region. Don't forget, of course, we didn't mention this at the start, but there will be streams for all regions today. So we're here, myself and Cap, representing round 3, together with Kai in the background for the AO region, but you can also tune into the streams for the European as well as NA regions, where you'll have wonderful casts bringing you the action. But Cap, how are you feeling, man? We had a pretty exciting round 2 there with Enigma and Storm.
Oh,
how did you feel about that?
I was screaming internally at the back of my head, man. Because mainly the first time I was screaming at the back of my head because it was Enigma. I was like back in Premium, so in the G era days, so I played Enigma to the core that everybody almost got scared of it because of
I remember as well. I was like, should I be casting this? Like, I know they gave me this because it's Dimension Please, but like, I feel like there's somebody else on this cast that's more attached to Enigma than me.
Definitely me for sure, so because I had a lot of fun with it. Then when the Enigma Talk came out in V Premium, I had a ton of fun with it. I was just looking up some of the deck profiles people were making, including budget ones too as well. It was awesome to just see that deck in play and to see this in action in play. So Fori actually did quite a good job with the deck play from there. I definitely learned quite a lot from there. But man, that last final play. So I went into the chat on Twitch and he said that there was a misplay in the last turn with not attacking with Twin Order. The first time round, so they can have a double 88 attack Vanguard, and I was just screaming internally when I saw that. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I felt like this close, right? It could have potentially had the whole game, right?
Yes,
it's insane.
It was so close. It was so close. But it was an awesome game. So that second round was an awesome game. The temperature here is 26 degrees, but I feel like it is 35 right now. So it's heating up. So yeah, bro is heating up so much. So great way to start.
100%. It is an exciting time here at BRO 2023, and I think pretty excited for this next round as well. We're gonna have some more cool decks to show you guys in terms of our next stream game, because I think we're gonna be taking a look at some Oracle Think Tank here on stream, which I think will be pretty exciting. So if we can take a look at some of the decks on stream, let's take a look at them. So this is going to be first Asta, who is going to be from the UK, playing Bermuda Triangle. So of course this is the Anj build, and Anj is pretty good as well, definitely being one of the favorites in general throughout the course of the V Premium meta. Being able to have a lot of like really strong restanding rears, in just having the Tirwa as like the monster that she is. There's been some others throughout the history, but it feels like Tirwa is the one that's mainly been there the whole time. And then of course the insane plusing engine that this deck has for all of its resources. And if you hit the high roll together with like the Pearl Sisters, then you're basically just chilling, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely chilling from there. So Anj is definitely a very, very strong deck in the V Premium era. But let's go ahead and see what they are going to be fighting against. So if we can turn over to the other deck, Mike the Entei running with Tsukuyomi. So this is an old fan favorite. Definitely something I'm a lot familiar with in the past as well, and the mechanics still remain the same. So with Tsukuyomi, you're running with looking at the top 5 cards and sending cards to the bottom of the deck so that you can have them rise up to the top eventually as you send more and more down. But this deck is actually mixing in with some of the battle sisters from the later releases, so which allows you to check the top cards of the deck and put them back on top in the order. This will allow you to actually set the criticals on top, or any trigger on top. In this case it's criticals mostly, and yeah, you just want to get that double check so they can actually activate Tsukuyomi's ability to give all units in the front row plus 10k too as well. Mix it with some of the other support cards for Tsukuyomi that came from recent sets too as well. This is a banger deck actually.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. The Bangle, of course, finding a good place here. As mentioned, you know, being able to provide soul, being able to provide, you know, looking at the top deck to confirm everything up there is really, really nice. Let's take a look at this show match here between these two players and see how, you know, Mike's really cool OTT list is going to perform against the tried and tested Ange from Asta's side.
Indeed. So yeah, I mean, for me, my expectations with this also is, well, Luckseki in a way, because of the nature of how Tsukiyomi can be, especially if that shuffle looks really, really good. And the cuts too as well. We could see either an early game or again that could be extended out depending on how that cut is. So, but make no mistake about it. So we are definitely going to see some strong combos, especially from Anja's side. So with cards like Aqua and Lisalot too as well, just being able to set things up.
Yes, indeed. So let's see who's going to be going first here in this round 3 show match. Both players are 2-0, so these decks have been performing well for them throughout the start of this tournament. And it does appear that Mike is going to be going first with that Tsukuyomi. So
yes,
let's get into it. And we're going to see the ride up here into the Sae, who of course lets you search out the Tsukuyomi grade 1 and ride it immediately while providing that soul.
Yes, indeed. So this is the nice thing about the supports that came up for Tsukuyomi too as well. They provide you with an alternative way in order to get Tsukuyomi onto the Vanguard circle. So by directly searching and putting it onto the Vanguard circle from there, so you can actually get the ball rolling from there. With the addition of Sae plus Tsukuyomi, that's like double the chances that you can actually get Tsukuyomi onto the Vanguard circle. So it was a really, really good boost when it came out.
Yes, exactly. So Tsukuyomi definitely getting a good support. So let's take a look now, of course, on the receiving side. Asta is going to be going into the one and only Ellie here on the Vanguard swing, of course, for that hit pressure, which, you know, isn't necessarily there just yet. And Sedna will be checking top 5. Don't think it found a target, though.
It just goes to show also, especially for these two decks, just how important these early turns are actually. So these early turns is actually the setup turns for both players in order to get everything that they need to for their end game off. So this is as critical as the end game is.
Yes, indeed. And looks like it's going to be a bit of an early rush here coming out for Asta, pushing out. And Mike is going to see, do we take this? Do we guard this? How do we want to deal with the early rush? Of course, a lot of decks in this format can afford to do this too, as if you have like this kind of like, you know, rear guard, restand, big power kind of like pressure turn coming up in the future turns, that usually means that the early rush is gonna, you know, click into that pretty well and connect into some good tempo. Looks like Mike's gonna take that first swing. And we see Asta here gonna be coming in, but the heal guard comes out to stop it.
Yes, the heal guard as well. I was going to say that with the combinations with a lot of restanding as well, the heal guards just really prove just how valuable they are. So in this format.
That is right. And now Tsukuyomi gonna use her ability at the start of the ride phase, because God Hoki Chibiyoshi's in the soul. You can look at the top 5 to try to find a well,
half
you basically
Tsukuyomi, so
yeah. It's like you can technically add anything to your hand, and then as long as you ditch the Tsukuyomi grade 2, you can ride into it immediately. So
yes,
let's see if
so
they have it.
You know, he can add something, that's definitely for sure. Definitely can add something useful, but the important part is the discard as well, because the discard is what will allow the superior ride, so to speak. There you go, as we can see over there, the superior ride coming in with Habu Tsukuyomi coming into play, calling out one of the battle sisters. Believe that is Trifle. Yes, Trifle. So Trifle just being able to look at the top 3 cards and set them on top. So just check in the top to see whether there's anything starry on the top right there. So
all right, well, the confirmation has happened, and now it's going to be up to Mike to see how to proceed throughout this turn.
Calling out the booster over there too as well, just to pump up that side over here. But it looks like Tsukuyomi will be attacking first. So let's see what that top 3. Let's see what has Mike divinated from the top of the deck.
Yep. All right, so there is a power-up, of course, happening on the side there, but it is going to be on attack, so for the time being, don't need to worry about that too much. And I think Asta's just, you know, because this is a open deck list format, you're able to just read through your opponent's deck list and just see what the cards do in case you run into something that you're not familiar with. And we do see the crit sentinel come off the top here, and that's going to be giving that power to that rear guard column. So of course it's going to be very huge here coming in with that extra crit. And the Kasata, of course, is going to be getting the plus 10k from a trigger having been revealed. So it looks like that divination ended up being pretty good, right, Cap?
Absolutely. There's, you know, that's the thing about the Tsukumi deck. So if you're gonna be checking the top deck, so you might as well go all the way. And the Battle Sisters really add so much to the Tsukumi deck. So it's phenomenal.
That is right.
But now the big swing now coming into play over here, and this is big that I'm having a hard time counting up from here. So. But we know that there's at least 20k plus to that column, plus the base power of 17 right there. So there's already 37, then plus another 5. Well, it's an easy take for Asta right now. So yeah,
it's the heal. So gonna be just the 1 damage, and yeah, the trifle, big power. I guess the plus 5k on her own swing as well. Potential guard restrict if you have grade 3s in the soul. So Asta did take that, but only 1 damage. Let's see if that ends up hindering at all. But I feel like Bermuda doesn't necessarily need that CB too much on turn 2. It's more so going into later turns that you're gonna want like 2 CB per turn if you're gonna be going through a lot of effects here. You know, you get to use the Anj, you get to use the Tirua, but you're gonna just go into the least lot and find a crit off the top. A bit unfortunate, but the double Pearl Sisters on turn 2. The high roll is here. That is huge for Asta.
Absolutely huge right there. So with the Pearl Sisters, Perla getting the plus 20k and plus 1 critical, and her sister also getting a power up 2 as well, right? Is also getting another 10k plus 1 critical 2 as well. So yeah, you got stars, I've got stars too as well. So
you may see what the crits are on top of your deck, but I can generate them through the power family, is what Asta is saying here with the Pearl Sisters showing down. The hand is relatively low though, and we see a grade 3 searcher off the top.
Alrighty, and then there's a heal trigger too as well, so plus 10k to the Vanguard right there, plus the heal staying at 1 damage. Even though there's the plus critical from there, there's still a lot of power across there, so the guards might be the guards might be just still too much, so he might have to take this.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to guard it though. They are big swings, but at the end of the day, they are guardable swings. So this Perla is gonna be swinging for 38, but of course that is gonna be a 20k shield. Let's see how it's gonna get guarded by. It looks like gonna drop that crit sentinel that was checked earlier. So not gonna cave into that big power from the Pearl Sisters. I'm gonna try to remove them at any cost, I think, because letting them sit around on the board is only gonna get more annoying throughout the course of this game.
And that's without force markers as well. So imagine once the force markers come down, you're right, they're just gonna get more annoying also as it goes into the next turn.
Yep. Tsukuyomi grade 2, gonna use her effect, look at top 5 and ditch the grade 3 goddess of the full moon. Tsukuyomi coming down here onto the board, gonna get the protect 1 to the hand here, and of course that grade 3 Tsukuyomi is gonna be the engine of this deck, and of course giving up that big old power to the front row if you find 2 or more triggers, which it's relatively good at doing.
Relatively good in doing it as well. Torias coming down on the regard circle too as well. Effect coming into play, which allows player to reveal the top card of the deck with a battle system, can put it into the hand, and just plus card in your hand it does really help us. So, and with almost half the deck being battle sisters too as well, it's a benefit too. So. Not only that, also it also gets plus 5k too as well, because every time you look at the top card of your deck by an effect, it is once per turn, but you do get plus 5k, so which does help which does help more on the offenses as well as we go into the battle phase.
That is right. So here we're going to use the grade 3 Tsukimi effect, countermusting 1 and ditching a card in order to basically you choose as many Tsukuyomis as you want basically from your soul, and equal to that number you draw cards. And if you drew 3 or more, you can then check top 5, put 2 on top of your deck, and put the rest on the bottom. So it helps you make sure that you hit that second condition for Tsukiyomi in order to get that big front row buff. We see the crit right off the top here, gonna be pushing to at least 3 damage here on the Vanguard swing and gonna give the extra power. The back row is the dream back row that you would want to see there with the double Kasata in the back, getting those plus 10k. So the setup is just immaculate. Sadly, no double triggers, so it's gonna be just a 1 crit extra, pushing all the way to 3 damage, and another timely heal comes out for Asta, this time healing down from 3 to 2 and making these rearguard swings a lot easier to guard. I wonder if Mike is gonna redirect the pressure now and instead target these Pearl Sisters.
I think it's worthwhile for him to actually target the Pearl Sisters at this stage right now, because as you said before, so if they are still left on the field, they will get a little bit more annoying, especially when force markers comes into play. It would be wise for Mike to actually attack into the Pearl Sisters. So, and if anything, if Asta does want to keep the Pearl Sisters there, he will drop cards in order to protect them, so which still benefits Mike either way.
That is right. So we see the swings coming out and a bit of guard value being dropped here and there.
Yep.
Of course, Mike, we see, you know, when you have a limited desk space, you gotta deal with the, you know, not exactly, you know, swing, but just a little angle tap
just
to declare your attacks.
Whoop. Yeah, just a little whoop right there. But yeah, so just the whoop. Right, I think right now we're still resolving Torias's attack at the moment right now. There's
Yes.
still trifle to attack still. So, but let's just see. There's a guard right there with the great one as well as with the quick shield, and now trifle attacking
Into the Vanguard.
Into the Vanguard. So damage taken.
All right, so the Pearl Sisters survive, and that means that once Anj comes down, that is going to be able to bounce them back to hand in order to prevent them from being targeted like that, in order to bring out the Tirwa. So, of course, the main boss unit for Bermuda right now for this specific build is the Perfect Performance Anj. If you're not familiar with the card, of course, it is a very strong kind of scaling effect that essentially says that as you bounce your / your opponent's cards, you get to do more things. So if you bounce 2 or more cards, she gets plus 10 power. If you bounce 3 or more, she gets a force, which is really good, depending on which force you've chosen. Looks like it's gonna be force 1 here for Asta. And if you bounce 4 or more normal units, then you get to choose 1 card from your entire deck that is a unit card, call it to rear, then shuffle your deck. So optimally, you're going to be swinging with these, like the Pearl Sister columns here, and then swing with Vanguard to bounce your 4 normal units, and then call a Tirwa onto the force marker side, and then basically get 2 more swings from Tirwa, because Tirwa is a grade 3 that works in rearguard circle that basically says after she's attacked, if 3 or more rears have been bounced this turn, you CB1 discard 1 to stand her. So a really strong attacker that pressures your opponent greatly. And these Pearl Sisters are going to be pretty annoying. I mean, this is coming in with like 38k power with an extra crit. And it looks like Mike showing the 2 is like, okay, 2 damage. Looks like Mike be taking it.
Yeah, indeed as well.
Let's take a look. Pretty small hand though for Asta. So bouncing all these normal units will be a bit of a lifesaver, I'd say.
In a way, yes. So he does have that critical trigger on the back row regard circle, so he would be able to keep that in hand also for future guard down the line. And if he does check any triggers with Anja's attack, any additional cards, trigger or no, would definitely be really helpful for Asta to defend against the next turn. So far we've seen from Mike, there's a lot of criticals that has been found at the top of the deck. That role might still continue, so all things considered. So yeah, it would be crucial for him to have as much cards as he possibly can keep in hand in order to protect his next turn, especially since the damage right now between Asta and Mike right now is 3-1. So he might, even though he has the plus criticals, it might will try to guard it. So he might not get all the way to 6, but so he's got to be thinking about his defensive turn. So once the turn passes over to Mike.
Yeah, that is right. So we saw there the swing come out, and of course the guard did come out as well. All right, so 30. This is another swing coming out, so can actually keep that booster standing there for the Pearl Sister. And gonna take this 2 damage. It's gonna be a crit sentinel, so that is gonna put Mike all the way to 3 damage, but the 22k Vanguard is going to help to tank some of these attacks, which of course is going to be super useful. So let's take a look at how things are going to proceed. Anj going to use her effect here, Kalamos 1 balancing the 4 normal units. And of course, you get the force marker, you get the plus 10k onto the Anj, and you get a deck search for any unit that you would like. And there's quite a few, you know, I've been focusing very much on the Tier here, but there's actually quite a few other cards that you can play out that help you plus or find other units. The Lieselot is an option, and especially if you choose to develop this force marker onto another rearguard circle, you can actually call out a Lieselot, but then because your opponent already hit defensive, I think you might not want to do that, because if they take this swing and hit another one, that's only going to be a bit worse. So really debating on this force marker placement. It has not let go of the finger. There we go. The commitment to the left rear guard column is going to be... Oh! All right, technically still not too sure about it. If we're playing some other card games, there are some card games where it's like, if you let go of a card with your fingers, that means you've committed it. Yep. So... looks like, all right, we're gonna see Asta is gonna commit it to the left column here. Okay, I'm gonna search that deck.
Yeah, who's gonna search out for? So because as you mentioned, there's quite a few targets from there. So Tirol definitely is the heavy favorite to choose here. But there's plenty of others as well, such as Aqua, such as Lieselot, as you mentioned too as well.
This is gonna be the Myrtoa, actually. So this is a brand new release promo that was not actually out yet. I'm actually not sure if this might have been out for Worlds. I'm trying to remember, but. Essentially, you get to Soulbots 1 when it's placed to let both players draw a card, which might seem like a bit crazy. It's like, whoa, I'm letting my opponent draw a card, they get more shield. But both players have to choose a card and call it. And so if your opponent has a full field like Mike has now, they basically lose a card in a way because they're forced to overcall something on their board. And if they have like a perfect formation, it's like, well, now I have to break this really good formation. So it's also enabling you to call other cards, and as you can see, he has another Myrtoa in hand, which is going to Soul Blast 1 and be able to let both players draw another card and overcall once again, which of course will help to regenerate an entire whole board here for Asta. We're going to see what Mike is going to call down. It's going to be a great one. So, Gaming, look at that perfect formation just crumbling apart.
Indeed, as well. So the perfect formation of Battle Sisters all just getting
a third Myrtoa. Another one coming down. You're just trying to deck the opponent out at this point. This is crazy. It's like, all right, I know you know the top cards of your deck. It would be a shame if you don't hit any of them on defensive.
I can't help but laugh, man. I'm a loss for words right now. So considering how he has 3 Myrtoas called out at the same time, well, consecutively rather, but you know, just being able to get the draws is just beneficial for Asta here. So with the additional cooldown too as well, as you said, breaking Mike's board right now and just breaking up the Battle Sisters, replacing them with units so that it's not as optimal to be in those positions right now. So another cooldown too as well. He's actually calling out the order actually to
just to get rid of it. Like, all right, I'm getting tired of this. If you call a 4th Myrtoa, I'm gonna lose it. What's also crazy is that I'm pretty sure going into this turn he had like 2 or 3 cards in hand, which basically means that, you know, I think Myrtoa had to have been drawn into from the draws that Myrtoa has been doing. Yeah. Because otherwise I don't think he would have had that much. So
yeah. I think it was just the universe just saying, you know what, you get 3 this round. So
and here we see the Sedna actually placed from hand here. You know, despite it being battle phase, you know, you might be thinking it's like, oh, when I see a Sedna come out mid battle phase, usually it's from deck, so the effect doesn't activate. But this is actually being called out from hand, so it's going to be able to check top 5 for grade 3. And it looks like it found the Tirua or a Anj.
It's Anj. It's Anj.
All right, it is an Anj.
Yep. Wow, just both players right here. So similar in terms of their gimmicks over here with the top deck and everything and whatnot. So yeah.
Yeah, it's looking pretty impressive. 23k swing from the Anj, though. Against the 22k Tsukiyomi, it's going to be a 15k to tutor pass. We're going to see what is going to be the choice here from Mike, and be asking for those rear powers before we commit to anything, because, of course, you want to make sure to count out your shield value for the remaining attacks in case you choose to take this or not. And that hand is pretty low now. I mean, 4 cards in hand, one of them is a protect. I think that Myrtoa definitely did more harm than good here for Mike.
Indeed. So guarding up with Ginger right there. So this will make it a 2-pass since Anj does get plus 10k from her own effect. So as you check it, critical trigger. Where is he gonna put it in?
Big.
It's very, very big. So if he puts it in all in and gets another one, and it's a critical trigger too as well, he could possibly end the game. Now doing a trigger check right now, just to see what are the chances that his top deck could be another critical. Well, of course,
probability.
Yep. And then of course, so he is deciding whether he wants to commit all in here, or is he gonna put the power to, as we can see here, Matoa as we go right now. Good call right there. The second one is not a critical trigger at all, trigger whatsoever. So yeah, the Vanguard attack will be fended off, but there's still Matoa and Setna to deal with.
That is right. And actually swing in with the crit column here, Cap. You think he's trying to just eat out that protect as soon as possible? Looks like already, no, it still has a protect in hand. This will actually be guarded with a 15k. And then the smaller column, will it be taken?
He could take it as well and get another column blast, which he does right here. No trigger from there, but it is a usable unit over there. So I believe it is for you actually.
That is right. And we see the rewrite here on the Tsukuyomi get another protect into the hand. It's gonna be good, especially with how much Tsukuyomi on turn 4 technically does. Plus, you get the CB1 to now draw 3, and then look at top 5 to arrange your stack a little bit. Definitely need to start recuperating those losses. Actually ditches the 15k, so choosing to keep both protects in hand. So of course, I mean, the draw 3 will, plus the drive check will let you, of course, find enough cards to ditch for those PGs. But let's see here. Gonna confirm that hand.
Yep. So he's gonna be looking for 2 cards to actually add to his hand, and then the rest get sent to the bottom over there. But I believe that his deck may not be compressed enough at the moment right now. But then again, he's adding 4 cards to the bottom, so he's got only 1 favorable card from there. I guess that's fortunate considering the turn that he had to suffer. For lack of a better term, through Matoa last turn as well. So perhaps this is as good as he can get at the moment right now. But nevertheless, so that top card does put some fear into Asa right now. So because if it is a trigger unit, he is at 3 right now. He doesn't want to be sitting so close to 6 right now. So yeah, just guarding it off right here. So first check is a good trigger.
Timely heal here is really big. That's going to help with recuperating some of those losses and being able to take some damage in the future turns, especially if we know there's another Anj in that hand for us, that we know that there's a rewrite, we know there's another force marker, and huge power coming out for that turn 4 from that Anj deck. So for Mike, you need this heal card to help survive, but sadly no second trigger for the multiple power boost from Tsukuyomi. So going to be just swinging in here, the Tsukuyomi base power. You do get the plus 10k on the back rows, but at the end of the day, this number is not as huge as you would like it to be. The Tsukuyomi doesn't actually do anything on the rear. She's just an 8k swinging in. And of course, this is going to be a big swing off of the Battle Sister. There is an option for Garter Stick, but not going to use it here. Of course, your Grade 3s and Soul are relatively limited. I'm going to see Asta here go to 4 damage and a pass from Mike.
Ooh, goodness gracious. So that Asta's last turn really shows just how much the board got broken through the use of Matoa's skills, just retiring the Toria so that it's not there to gain power anymore, and also like forcing Mike to really just avoid losing some of his more better attackers or so. And you could tell also from his calls that his hand really wasn't the best in terms of offense. He really had his board ready set up from here, and Matoa just really takes it away here. So, and then of course now the turn passes over, the Pearl Sisters are back down and attacking right now with the plus critical and the plus power 2 as well, 2 force markers over there. You're right when you said it some time ago. The Pearl Sisters are going to be super annoying if they're not gotten rid of. So, and here we see it in its fruition.
That's right. I mean, this is something you can't forget. Just because the Matoa, kind of depleted your hand last turn, those things got bounced and they were waiting to come back. So we're going to see the first Pearl Sister swing, the second one coming in with I'm pretty sure this is a 40 start on that side. So of course it is the you do have the 30k off the forces, 45 from the Pearl Sisters effect, and then of course the 8k boost as well. So it's a huge swing, of course, asking for a lot of shield here. Gonna ask for that Protect Sentinel. 3 cards left in hand for Mike. This is probably gonna be a Vanguard swing take, and I'm wondering what is gonna be the choice here for the deck search from Asta on
Right now,
this effect.
Yeah, right now we haven't seen Tiroa yet, so I would believe that now would be a good time to really bring down Tiroa in order to benefit from it. And then there we go, calling it onto the 3 force markers onto the right side of the field. And yeah, it has that restand capability too as well. So that's actually just at its base alone, 13 plus 30k. That's like 43 coming at you twice.
That is right. It's a huge swing, and don't forget the Anj as well, coming in with a 23. It's not exactly super easy to guard either. It's 15 for 1 to pass, 25 for 2, and even if you do guard, this Tiroa can eat up a bunch of triggers and just restand with that pressure. So gotta be careful here.
Indeed, as
mulling
well.
over that choice. Is it the heal guard? That's only 15k shield.
This blocks for 1 currently right now. He's committing another one. He's committed 30k, 43. That is
42.
No. He's but take it. So this is 2 pass. You're right. This should be 2 pass from here.
Yep. So 2 to pass. It seems if you add the 5k intercept, it does make it no pass, but looks like that's not necessary. Just double aqua off the top. Not exactly what you want to see, but that is good discard fodder for the Tiroa's restand skill. And now Asta will have to think about how to proceed this turn. I mean, your opponent has 1 card in hand. You might as well push to an extent that you are just going to win next turn. But at the same time, the power is going to start getting ridiculous here. As you know that Mike sent 4 normal units to the bot deck. So the next time they use the Tsukuyomi, chances are they're going to be seeing a lot of triggers off of that twin drive.
Indeed as well. So now Tiroa
And guard restricts.
Yeah, yes, guard restricts too as well. And Tiroa now coming in with the first attack right there. Asta has plenty of cards in his hand also, so losing 1 card for Tiroa's restand wouldn't detriment him too much as well, especially since he does have quite a few Matoas. He could keep in hand as well. He does have Setna that he could also drop to as well. Plus the double Aqua too as well, so which is a good reminder. The universe telling us to hydrate since double Aquas came out. So
Yep.
but yeah, so we see the second attack for Tiroa coming in. Yeah, just deciding whether if he wants to go after the Tsukuyomi just to diminish the board a little bit more, or is he gonna park Mike to 4 damage?
I think pushing to 4 might be the right call here. You are putting them in heal range, but at the same time, they have 1 card in hand. They're probably going to be taking this, and it's going to be a blank as well. So 4 damage for Mike is a good spot. You are basically threatening lethal. Both Pearl Sisters will be lethal on the next turn, followed by the Vanguard swing that it's pretty hard to take at 4, considering that there's a lot of crits in that deck too. So I think just for the record, Asta's deck list is at 8 crit 4 draw, so it is going to be pretty likely to hit quite a bit of them. And we see here that Screaming going to come on down, of course, and be able to use the effect to draw 3, as well as look at 5. And going to be putting 2 up top now. Pretty sure those are going to be triggers stacked at the top. And that, I mean, it's not just the 2 at the top. Any card after that, most likely going to be a trigger too, in terms of how much deck thinning has been taking place here for the Tsukuyomi deck. And we're going to be seeing the Battle Sisters return here with that Trifle coming down.
Okay, so if it is 2 triggers at the top on Mike's side as well, so that Trifle's gonna get plus 10k, that Tsukuyomi is gonna get plus 10k too as well. So there's gonna be a lot of power coming in this turn for Mike here. So, and of course, as mentioned, with him being at 4 damage, both Pearl Sisters will threaten lethal, and yeah.
So this is a 20k, 30k, 40k shield, putting to 53 against the 20k swing here from the Tsukuyomi. The crit comes out, of course. Don't forget that you basically know that your opponent's going to get plus 10 from the front row boost, so you have to guard with that in mind. So it's not just a no pass. You're basically doing a, you're making sure that 3 divisions of 10k are not going to break through. So we see the double crit come out. Pretty obvious, I would say, that was going to happen. It was either going to be a crit or a crit heal at this point, because of course there is 12 crit in the Tsukuyomi lineup, which is pretty normal for V Premium OTT players. So we're going to see it here. The crits get distributed, and of course, going to be swinging for lethal on all sides of the board. And of course, the plus 10k buff coming out from Tsukuyomi 2.
Considering what was bounced back into Asta's hand, so do you think that he might be able to guard this off?
I think it's relatively likely. I mean, this is coming in like it's 18 from the trigger, 28 from the Tsukuyomi, 36 with the boost, 46. So 46 on this side. I'm more so worried about the other side because it has the guard restrict and it's actually sentinel restrict. Yep. So it's gonna be pretty rough. You basically have to PG this first one, which I think that was the case, and then this one has to be hard guarded pure. So you basically have a 15k, 25, 35, 43, 53. Pretty sure this one is. So it's gonna be asking for a lot of shield. Hopefully there's another Ellie in hand that would definitely help with the guard cycling. So that would be 30k, 33 already. But we see Asta mulling over that hand. And this is still the first attack. Has not actually guarded this one yet, I think. So they were just asking for the numbers on the trifle column. And looks like they're gonna have to take it. Oh, not yet. That wasn't the deck, that is the markers. But it is going to be to take the PG off the top, draws into something. Is it a heal? It is not. Mike Niente going to be taking it with Oracle Think Tank Tsukuyomi. After Asta looks so solid throughout the entire game, Mike's patience pays off.
It does pay off indeed as well. So he manages to edge the victory right out of Asta's nose right there. From Asta's nose right there. It is, well, I want to say a miracle, but it's not. So because it's Tsukuyomi after all. So you get set cards at the bottom of the deck that eventually rises to the top. So you could say this was all premeditated to a certain extent. So, but nevertheless, congratulations to Mike for taking this win right here. And yeah, I said it before. So when it comes to the Tsukuyomi deck, so one of the most dangerous things is going later into the turns, especially with the deck compression going, just rising up to the top. So like it's cream in a cup of drink or something. But beyond that as well, Anj does provide a lot of lethal, and it was amazing to see that Matoa play actually just break the opponent's board from there, forcing the draw, forcing the calls out, removing any of the battle systems that plus power from there. Nevertheless, he wasn't able to get rid of Trifle, and Trifle that ended up staying almost throughout the entire game and ended up playing so much into the end game for Mike right there. So what a phenomenal match.
Absolutely. Like the Tiro restand having to target one of the trifles because it was like, okay, I cannot take that guard restrict, so we're gonna have to take off some of the board presence. But at the end of the day, it's like you go through so much of the deck as Tsukuyomi that at the end of the day you will eventually find those pieces and they're gonna get pretty annoying. So congratulations there for that Tsukuyomi win to Mike. Looked absolutely solid, and of course for Asta, being 2-1 is still going to be a good record going forward. Just 4 more rounds to go. As long as you can perform well in the remaining 4, it's going to be a pretty good look into top 8 for day 2. So with that, that is actually going to be it for round 3 here of BRO AO 2023 for the V Premium format. We're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere as we'll be right back after this little break with round number 4.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad,
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack, Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG Marketing Manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
am I going to get fired?
This is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe, or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account. And it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, go ahead and answer this. Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No, and that's kind of, yeah, I got the question a lot, but yeah, I don't really.
So like skipping ropes then?
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that. And then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play with the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So like, yeah, so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun, yeah. Alright, so and what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, so I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard anime, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not going to be. I'm not on that level. But it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. You care to share more about that?
No. Would there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like, you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby. So we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case by case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use his deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight. But I really like Ren, so that's probably.
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like an amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really because
wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well, I think. Worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company. I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You never know. But I always try to tease people, I guess. Maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I played the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay. Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah. Is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys decide to click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool, at the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Yeah. Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly, from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows? I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for round 4, right?
Round 4, yes. Round 4 of V, indeed. So yeah.
Pretty good game last time. Right?
Yeah.
Oracle Think Tank.
Yeah, indeed. So the Oracle Think Tank match was phenomenal to see with the with the top deck checking and the
crits. It's all about the crits. Yeah.
Yeah. Fully critical game also. So many stars right there. 5 stars and maybe more, depending on how many criticals were checked there. So
speaking of crits, we have a very critical game coming right now. You'll soon see. I think the players are ready. I think hopefully the decks are ready. Let's take a look. We have Plan Pugo with another Oracle Think Tank build, and this one is just straight Battle Sisters.
Yep, we're seeing more nuns with guns over here as well. So as we can see, this is a From March Reverse build. All the Battle Sisters are coming into play with Prelim, Peneton, all of them providing all the top deck checking and then putting it back on top as well. And just making sure that any criticals that you want to check would be on the top right there. So, and let's
the 27k nun as well. But speaking of criticals, we have the opposing player who is running Dark Irregulars. So we've got Noto here. She is well known to be playing DI, and we've got the Amon to get a lot of crits. And just an otherwise sharp build. What do you think?
Yeah, this really shows just how important it is. We saw in the last game with Tsukiyomi just how important their bot is, and Fromage is no different when it comes to its bot presence. Amon is a bot breaker with its ability to be able to send 2 regards from the field into the soul, plus the hand and the drop zone 2 as well. Just making sure that it gets its own power while also diminishing your opponent's power too as well. This is going to be an interesting match to see, Kai.
Yes, I can't wait. I think the players are ready. And I think we're ready. We want to see some big crits, big power. Let's get to the game, right? Look at that. That swap over straight to the players. I think, we have something. Oh, he was level 0. It was grade 0, but he had 2 damage.
Yes, so actually the game has already started off a little bit as well. So we're getting our notes over here saying that Boat has actually gone first. And then he passed without riding. Then Noto G-assisted and hit a critical. And our Boat also G-assisted and got a great one as well, waiting to ride up right now. So we're at this point right now where we're seeing the Vanguards being now Ron Jeline and Torias right now. So the first damage coming through, 2 damage to 1 right now. And the turn continues.
Yeah, and no that is a really bad soul charge. I mean, we wanted to see crits, but not like that, right? Not like that
at all. Oh my goodness. Oh.
So we got Mr. Fu coming in though on the other side. Soul charge, I think, put another crit into Soul as well. So there's
yes.
If she's doing that, that means that hand has to be really amazing. It's like it's got all the cards that you need to go off.
Yes.
Only 1 Fu though. So
yeah. Only 1 Fu only went in from there. So the Mortal Execution actually taking the field instead of
one to pass, and a crit comes out. It still comes out.
Oh wow. We're speechless. We're just speechless. We're as flabbergasted as you guys are. So, oh my goodness, and no triggers on that side as well. Although the third pass is over, it is 4-1, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like we have a very quick game here. Might not even hit. Plan Puga might not even hit grade 3 at this point.
Yeah, indeed.
But what you can do now is stack a grade 3 on top of the deck, and if there's a Heal Guardian there, I guess that could help out.
Heal Guardian will be critical here to help with Plan Puga right now. So being at 4 damage right now, this is his best moment in order to fetch out there it is right there. So yeah, so making use of Crochet's ability right there, revealing grade 3 among them, putting it on top of the deck. So yeah, he wants to get that heal in, so he needs that breathing space.
Yeah, you actually really need that, because one, you heal down, but then you save a Heal Guardian for the grade 3 turn coming up, which could be something like an Amon, which is very annoying to guard.
Yeah, Trifle, yeah.
Check.
Yeah, Trifle coming down, color plus 1 top 3, choose 1 to call the regard circle. So this is more of a reinforce while also keeping that heal trigger on top right there. So calling out another Crochet right there. Could possibly do that, but then again, you don't really need to, because you already have the grade 3 on top, so you can just save your resources.
Going for a bit of a rush now as well,
Has to at this, the call over there as well.
Ooh.
Yeah,
look at all that stacking.
Yeah.
You stack the heal, and then you do a little stack again with the Trifle.
Yep.
And then you top check and grab a free card, and now you're gonna hit the heal. With the trigger check.
Yes,
pretty good.
Pretty good indeed as well. So yeah, this Coco coming in to boost behind the back right there and resting itself, so they actually can give a power plus 3k to one of the units, because the card went to the bottom. So as you said, so I think Black Pego really showing a masterclass here, so on how you do top deck manipulation.
Might have been a bit of a
nope.
So, okay, that's you know you're gonna hit, so you can put it on the regard that hits 19 and still hits over.
Yep. So can avoid damage here. Yep, does get the heal over there, and does provide additional pressure right there, which is needed. So damage going in. Yep, damage going in. No triggers. So this Trifle will be coming in and attacking with the booster, with the boost as well.
still hitting over the trigger as well.
Yes.
Noto might choose to take this. She'll have a few more CB to work with if she wants to.
You're right on that.
CB is always not. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
And if she has the setup, if she has something like a double number of Terra, the game could just be over. I'm going for the Amon though.
Going straight for Amon, as I mentioned also with Amon is a board breaker, and Battle Sisters are known to have that huge board presence from there. So Amon would be the perfect choice right up over here.
And then doing the Amon skill, and I think just doing the variance drag form first.
Yes, indeed.
Fuse effect to go off.
Fuse effect would be able to go off over there.
One of the key things here is Amon's skill does not require any CB. So if your opponent damage denies you, you can just go straight to Amon and continue the game. And one of the reasons why I said, if you have like the number of terrors right now, you just like draw a bunch of cards and then you basically can't die. And you'll still have CB to work with, but maybe you just couldn't hit that 13 soul threshold. We'll just go into this was a bit safer.
So yeah, Amon right now, if I'm counting that soul right, I think there's like 8 cards in there. So Amon would only get plus 5k current right now, but if he can get 2 more into the soul, which I think that he would be able to do, she would be able to do, my mistake. Then it will get another 5k, making it 10k instead.
So here we go, Amon's skill. If there's no number of terrors for Noto here, it's gonna be a bit rough,
Yeah.
Sure, you're simplifying the board and the board state, but you still want number of terrors regardless of your Vanguard, just to be able to get a few more cards into hand, so you just don't like randomly die.
Indeed as well. And we haven't seen Amon's main skill being used just yet. So
I think she just used it, so now Plan Puka has to figure out the cards to put into Soul as well, because we saw the one from each go in.
Yes, indeed. You're right on that. So I think just waiting for the Plan Pugo to really to pick his units to move into the zone.
So 2 from field, 2 from drop, and 2 from the hand.
All right. Crochet and Coco going into the soul.
Plan does have enough. Because he's been just getting rid of everything in a way, or using a lot of resources. But the 2 from hand is actually gonna hurt.
Yes.
His hand is not great.
No, not at all as well. So yeah, he might actually lose some crucial units that would have been made beneficial, like a perfect guard going into the soul right there. So yeah.
And gonna hit now with the Phantasmal Executioner, Executor.
Executor, yes.
To get more soul, and they're all double number of terrors. We have, we're going. That is gonna be accelerate Noto's hand quite a lot. Also put on some insane pressure.
Yep.
Onto Plan Pugo.
Correct. So Amon's ability as well, for it gets plus critical for every 6 cards in the opponent's soul right now. If my count is correct, this is +1 critical currently. So and then of course with the number of terrors on the side too as well, so they get plus 10k when it's called if you have 10 more cards in the soul, which Amon definitely has at this point in time. Yeah, including itself plus power. This is a very dangerous front row. And Plan Pugo, yeah.
I think it was around a 30k, 31, 32k. But double heal guard?
Double heal guards. He wants to bring that crochet up to 29, if my count is correct. So he's gotta be able to defend against the double terrors. Yeah. No triggers too as well.
And the number of terrors will just kind of still swing in. Put in the Fu first to draw straw 2. I don't think they're hitting though, right? But
no.
When your opponent has to expend some cards like that, it's still not bad after losing 2 cards.
Yep.
So still pretty good on Noto's side. But what is Plan Puga gonna do?
Yeah. Right now it's Fromage reverse. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's Fromage reverse.
Fromage reverse.
Yeah. So Fromage reverse taking the field right there. Locks are gonna come into play very, very soon, and the locks will benefit Plan Pugo right now. So especially with his need to draw cards in order to find something really, really helpful to call out to the field.
So Mocha coming down, Torres coming down as well.
and managing to call. Yes, Semla.
Ginger, right?
No, that's Semla. That's the great one.
Okay, that's good. Even
Yes,
better.
so, yeah, because when your opponent's when your Vanguard attack hits, then one of your units gets plus 3k, so it's just kind of like spreading a lot of power. But then again, Semla might actually end up being a choice for Lock for Fromage's ability, so maybe that skill might be moot anyway.
Yeah, so we got. Oh, shit. He doesn't have 3 different in the back.
Unfortunately, no, not yet. So
it might just be locking 2 this turn. And then draw 2, but that's still pretty weak. In a way. It's not a lot.
Yeah, actually, Fromage actually locks different names, actually, not different grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
So different names.
Yeah, and he does have 2 different names here, correct?
Unless playing Pugo also lock one of the front rows.
If he so chooses also, but then he does limit his attacking capability because of the plus power that Fromage would give. No, there's plus power, yes, correct. Because plus 5k for each lock card.
Wait, no locking?
No locks. That's interesting. Going straight for the attack with the with Fromage reverse right now.
It's gotta be some really good triggers there.
Yeah, meaning that he possibly doesn't want to draw them out.
Could be like 4 heal. Like,
yeah, crits and heals as well. Crits and heals and maybe a couple of draws too as well. Who knows? Maybe he knows.
Maybe it's like a psych play, you know?
Yeah.
You go, hey, I've got I don't draw any cards, and your first like, huh?
Yeah, I got stuff on top. Are you aware?
Is it just all crazy and it turns out to be nothing?
It's a big bluff right there also, but a bluff that may or may not pay off depending on what Notorious Set would do here. But definitely committing the guards over there, I believe that's like
you're gonna have
30k.
A lot of guards. You have to like absolutely no pass.
Yep.
That's a good card.
Yep.
Yeah. Puts it on that side. Second check.
Fromage. So okay, not all the way, but the deck manipulation on top 4 Battle Sisters isn't as robust as say like Tsukiyomi, but beyond that, so it's still it's still a good card to have Fromage in hand for the next turn, or fodder for perfect guards if he still has any.
Is he just passing or?
He is attacking with the rear guard right now.
He removes all his counter this way. So.
Yeah, he does remove the counters here. I guess the number has been counted, so maybe the idea is that once the number's been counted, I'm sure of it, then we proceed on from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what he's attacking into. Oh, actually, just the Vanguard. Okay.
Yeah,
interesting.
Vanguard. So 2 damage right there. Then so yeah, damage is now 3 to 5 right now. Passes over to Notorious Set.
So what is Noto gonna do here? He can stay on Amon, right? I like, to be honest, Plan Pugo's hand size is not great. You just sit there and continue to rip cards away, and that's what she's gonna do.
Yeah, it's the plan.
Drag variants coming down as well.
Yep, just putting a more useful card into the soul and replacing the damage.
Variance drag form, sorry, and then Connor, what did she grab? Was it the Executor again?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, just putting 3 in again.
Yep. So putting
look at that a hand rip again.
Yep.
Field rip, drop zone rip.
Full rip.
Yeah. Could be ripped very soon if Plan Pugo doesn't have the way to guard this. It's like 1 card in hand.
1 card in hand. So oh my goodness.
Yeah.
No, they got me face up. So, but yeah, so putting the heals in there. Yeah, you're right. It's a rip and tear right now that Amon is doing currently right now on Fromage reverse.
And Amon's like, I think it's on 3 crit. They're doing the count now.
8, 9, 10. Oh, yeah, there's 3 crits. Yeah, there's 3 crits right there on Amon. So
you can actually go for a really good. So the Executor comes down. Is that the Executor? Yeah.
Yep. Fetching back Number of Terror and replacing back the damage from there. Calling back Number of Terror. He gets plus 10k. Once more as well.
Yeah, sorry. It was the drag form again. Number of Terror swipes in.
Mm-hmm.
You have to attack with the Vanguard though, so
Is there?
yeah, you have to attack the Vanguard to get number of terrors effect. It's surprised it didn't go like. Didn't go, I guess it's the one that's been staying there, so it's only like 12k.
Yeah.
And then this is gonna swing in with the multi crit. So this you have to guard.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, if you attack like this and deal a damage, and your opponent doesn't have a null, right?
Yep.
Because they only have like one card.
Mm-hmm.
It's like killing, like just hitting over the 6 damage heal. You know?
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So even with that defensive heal too as well. So it's one card still cannot help Plampogo right now. We could see the final attack here, but you know anything still can happen. There's still some heals. There might still be one more heal in there too as well. But with 3 criticals, maybe not so. We'll have to see how this develops to as well. We still do not know what that one card is in Plampogo's hand. So.
The maximum is 15k shield, so it's at 22. I can go to 37 and then 42 of this. Amon should be like, it gets 5k for every 6, so it's like not that much actually.
Yep.
Oh no, it gets 10k for every. So actually, it's a lot. It's like 32. So.
Against 22 right now, so you need 15 just to be able to guard it. So.
And then the last attack is to draw more cards. Why not?
Yep. Just doing a check right there.
I feel like that should have been for every 6. That feels like more than 12 soul, right? So.
Yeah, indeed. So ooh, that is a huge trigger. 5 damage too as well. It's 5-5 currently on both sides right now. And yeah. Surprising.
There we go. So Plampogo somehow survives. I feel like that was like a once a pass, but I didn't think he needed to intercept, did he?
I think he needed to intercept also because of Mocha's ability to be able to get plus 5k. I believe the effect still works.
Okay,
Yeah, the effect still works because there is 3 different names, Mocha herself included too as well on the field.
Yeah. It's true, sir.
Yeah. So Torias being moved up right now. Plampogo only has 1 card in hand. Something that he cannot use. He can't get a lock off to as well. Just raw 22 coming in, and the protect will come down for Noto.
So first check, a crit.
All right. Good. All power to Torias. Second check, draw trigger.
Oh, okay. That's a very important draw as well. That can at least PG the Vanguard. But if Noto has like Shaharot right now, I think it's just infinite game.
Yeah.
Just going to Shaharot 5 attacks, nothing to do. And then the hard guard right there, the covetous succubus. Able to get extra shield as well. And then now this should just be the final blow. Right, the Shaharot, she has it.
Yep, she does have Shaharot right there. Comes down. Gets another protect, but that protect doesn't mean much because the most important thing is the number of cards in the soul, which will provide not only plus 10k to the entire front row, but it also restands 2 regards to as well.
Does she have enough for Hope? Hope and Dump?
I think so, yeah. I think she does. The deck is a little thin as well, but I think she can pull it off still.
I mean, even without it, I think it's pretty scary.
Yeah.
You have 4 cards in hand and 5 attacks. And one
another number of terror coming down too as well. So, oh my goodness.
The maths doesn't add up. So here we go. Swing in.
Swing in right there. 1 PG, 1 critical.
The crit doesn't even save you though.
No, it does not. So
you can't one guard anything at the moment.
Exactly.
So let's take it.
No
and
choice.
Unfortunately, that's that.
That's that indeed. So wow.
Yep.
But yeah, it really does prove just how much of a ball breaker Amon can be, especially against a deck like Battle Sisters as well, from Mars Reverse. But make no mistake about it as well. Like From Mars Reverse has a lot of potential, has a lot of strong draw, has a lot of power coming through as well. It's just that Plampogo wasn't able to really see it as well. There's a lot of hope spots, no pun intended, on hope on them. There's a lot of hope spots that we could see a Plampogo actually making it through and actually taking the game, but unfortunately, it is a bit too much of a hill to climb against Noto's Amon and Charlotte.
we saw the power of Oracle Think Tank last round, but this is just reminding us. This round reminds us that Dark Irregular is still a deck, right? Back then it was still. Back then, before everyone was on the Steam Maiden craze, the DI was the king of the Dark States. Right?
Yes.
That was the deck that people were respecting a lot, and it's still a very, very potent deck right now. And I think just a lot of people probably forgot about it. They're just thinking we've got the Steam Maidens, Loirs, the Anges, right, the big three. But yeah, don't forget we still have the shining hopes of a previous format, right? Like the DIs, still people playing Grand Blue, even Aqua Force as well, right? All very, very potent decks. So yeah, very, very cool to see. Very, very cool to see.
Very, very cool to see indeed as well. So good plays on both Plampugo as well as Notorious Set 2 as well. That was a good match to see. Good moments too as well.
Good moments. Anything you wanna add? All right.
Not much more that I can really think of at this point in time. So although I do think back to when you mentioned just how even though these decks have kind of fallen out of favor these days as well, it's always good to see some players actually still committed to the decks that they love and they know that they have topped with or competed with very, very much as well. It's good to see some love in a competitive scene, even in the competitive sphere in Bro. So yeah,
that's right. The love for your clan, right? So we have that was round 4. We're halfway through. Yeah, we are just over halfway through the tournament.
Yes.
We should be back soon with the next round, and we will be going to the second half. We're already in the second half.
Yeah, we're going to do more in the second half.
Go further into the second half of the tournament. And starting to see, who's at the top, who's gonna make it, and getting into those deciding rounds, right? The deciding games. So we'll be back very soon, and we'll see you there.
Cardfight Vanguard. Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Kaguya-sama Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
Thank you so much for.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends.
What's this?
This is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes, this.
Yeah, and you can. You're not even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah, you can even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah. It's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess first of all, I like
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're going to dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. Okay, you can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah. I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
You want?
So Honda, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first?
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that.
Yeah.
Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So deck thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about all.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I will be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces this great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, Like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manta, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise,
Yeah. So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards, to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
Yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow. This reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to like my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for for shipping to our distributors, I mean, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA. For a B2B conference kind of thing. Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, like, okay, so now I get to know more about this person and get to work together even closer. I think that's very satisfying.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired. But all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours from Singapore to US, about a 20 hours flight.
Yeah.
Give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job in Bushiroad.
Yeah, I do sales and logistics.
Thanks, bro.
Cardfight Vanguard! Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet! Bushiroad!
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee of Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. at the end you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us that how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at so what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Yeah. Actually, you raise a very good point because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here in the second half, well into the second half, as you guys said earlier, here for the round number 5. And we're going to be taking a look at some pretty exciting games. We're going to be your casters for this round. Apparently, Kai and Kai. It's an exciting time.
Both Kai.
He's
now.
duplicated. It's not Australia DF. I was European Kai this whole time.
Yeah, we had some great games already, and you're back to different fight now. But yeah, we had some great games, and I'm sure this next one, we got a good one lined up. Right? I think
that's right.
Some of you all will be quite happy.
That's for sure.
Is the decks ready? We can take a quick look at our participants, and we have here on the first, we got Iman with the Bermuda Triangle.
That's
Chris,
right.
See
It
this
is
a bit, but-
Ange, and this time around that is a little bit different from the Ange that we featured in the previous round. This one is running that Rilenka, of course, allowing you to have an extra form of restanding rears. You know, sometimes you get a bit unlucky. You see those Tiros a bit too early and don't have a way to call them out of the deck anymore. So Rilenka offers you another way to not just have a restanding rear, but also just like on hit pressure, cycle through cards, draw power, so many good things. So pretty good inclusion. And of course, we also see a couple of those Sisticos that you don't necessarily see in every single build, but I do agree that it is a good card to run in Ange. So a very cool list here, and I think it'll be an exciting game as well from Ayman. But let's take a look at who our Singaporean representative is going to be playing against. It is going to be R5 Blaster 56 with Jewel Knights, Kai.
Yep. So, Jewel Knights, we've heard about it for a few times, kind of disappeared, but there's always kind of this deck that's just kind of floating around in you know, behind the scenes sometimes. This is that time where we get to see it in action, right? You know, we've talked a lot about the other paladins. You know, Gurgit had its time to shine. Luad had its time to shine, or Shadow Paladins. Yeah, Royals, kind of just that nice deck that does well. But now that you have the full power of the Jewel Knights, we can start seeing it take some names. So it'll be very interesting to see Blasters, how he's going to play it, the multi-attacks, got the guard restricts and everything. So yeah, very hyped. Bring it into a format filled with Steam mains as well. So if the players are ready, I guess we can get to the game. Oh, we've got the standings as well now. So we can take a quick look to see who's at the tops. We have Techno Eagle in first place. All the undefeateds. We've got Anthony, Blaster 56, Art, Iman, Sackmaster, M. Winley. Right, all of them at the 4-0. And then rounding out the 3-1s, we've got the Mike, the Entei, Biagio, and Whelp. And I think we might have a swap.
That's right. So
anything else?
we have a good bit of undefeated players. We have 7 undefeated players, which will potentially go down to 3 or 4 at the end of this round. So it's definitely, you know, evening out quickly. And luckily, the game we're going to watch today on this round is also going to be undefeated players. And then we have the remaining 3-1s, Chatson, Colin Lee. Oh, that's a name that I'm sure a lot of people remember. Bano Seekers, Franz, Lewis, Asta that we just saw earlier, Kelly Beyonce, King Udon, of course, Mark himself, and Effortless coming through with that X1 record that's still definitely in the running for top cut as long as they don't drop any more games. So those are your standings for post round 4 going into round 5. And speaking of going into round 5, I say we take a look at the game here between these two players. Ayman on the left running Ange, and Blaster on the right running Royal Paladin.
Yep, and it looks like we'll figure out who to start first. So Ayman looks like it's starting first. He's got his hand on the trigger, ready to go.
Look like it. And action. Let's get into it. Ayman gonna be going first with the Ange. That is gonna be really big. I mean, this is the kind of deck that scales really hard, especially if you can see those. I want to say processors, but he's actually not running them. I just realized.
Oh, I mean, it adds a certain level of high roll, but when we saw the deck, you had to run like the Relenkas and all that, so there's a lot of space already taken up that sometimes you just don't have the space for the Pearl Sisters.
Yeah, even though it's technically just the 2 cards, but even then, it can be. Come on down.
Yep, and we'll leave a lot getting a Relenka right there. That's good value. That's good value.
Very good value. I mean, if you're nice for that potential, you know, restand and draw, and if not, you just get to deck thin and search for them. So it's just a great card to have overall. But we see the Blaster is going to play down multiple Jewel Knights early here for that early aggression here. Of course, going in with the Eunice and then following it up with that Alwayne. And we see that I'm just going to take the 1 damage here. And looks like it's going to be the pass. A pretty... Oh, yeah, just ride up, push up, and just go in here on the side of Ayman. And actually...
You know,
interesting thing to note. Just one thing to note before I pass it over. Yeah. This area is a 1-of.
Royals
do go
is when you think of paladins, Royal, like they're all pretty aggressive, but you know, Anj, when you get a hand like this, when your Lee's lot develop into another attacker, you can just move everything up and just go, right? Everything with on hits, L formation, make your opponent have to throw some heal guardians right now just to be able to deal with it. Actually, even has a pretty juicy target right on the side. This is not going to work because 13 versus 8, not enough for a quick shield. And
yep,
the Relenka is an on hit as well.
Yeah, he gets the deck thin, so big push, gonna guard it, cannot afford to give that up. So 10k shield is gonna be given up by Blaster. And now I'm on. Gonna be swinging with the Vanguard there. Looks like there was a check. Gonna get the defensive on Blaster's side. Pretty good. And then gonna have the final swing of the Lieselot, followed up to block with a quick shield thanks to that defensive, taking us back to Blaster's turn. Both players have 1 damage each.
Yep, and all right, back to Blaster now. There's just a lot of targets now on Iman's side, but do you devote like a whole turn just running into them, which is it's actually not that bad. Actually not that bad. You know, you got nice Relenka target. You don't want them to be continually reusing Lieselot.
That is true. So let's take a look. For now, Sybil, of course, gonna get overcalled in order to use the effect. So gets to look at top 3 and find a Jewel Knight that's grade 2 or less and call it. So gonna find the Eunice, who is one of the other powerful, you know, just basically soul charge options for the deck, which you do need a lot of soul for this deck for all the effects that you got to do. And luckily, I mean, Jewel Knights are interesting. They kind of are like one works in conjunction with every single effect. You generate soul, you put use multi-attacks and like removal, so much plussing. Like it's definitely a deck that takes a bit of time to, you know, get used to how it works just because of how many effects go off all the time. But once you get familiar with it, it's very fun just because of how much like agency you have and how, you know, the kind of pleasure of having to run through all the motions, right?
Yeah. And the other good thing about just developing all these Eunices is that you have you have targets that you can like retire into now as well. When they're played over, especially when your opponent just has like so many cards, but it looks like he's just swinging into the sides. Get rid of the Relenka. You don't want it to keep on getting value, and then just also using the effect of Lyle.
Yeah, so that
now.
is the Lyle that is swinging, of course, getting that extra soul and keeps pushing face here. So gonna allow the Lieselot to stay, even though it can get bounced, of course, next turn. Depends on if there is, I mean, if there's an Aqua in hand, then you can reuse the Lieselot. And if not, then you can basically just go in and bounce with Anj and then reuse it later down the line. And of course, the Relenka getting taken out also is not necessarily the worst, because that just means you can get it back from a drop later down the line. But right into Tirawa, that, you know, we've had a very swimmingly smooth early game for Aiman, I would say, you know, seeing so many good pieces, like amazing Lieselot top deck, and this is where things are finally starting to look a little bit less solid.
It's not totally bad, right? So you can bounce a Lieselot, and then, you know, if you want to, you can bounce 2 of the front rows on your opponent's side of the field. It's not totally bad. But yeah, it's definitely not ideal. At this rate, his opponent's only at 1 damage, so we'll get him at Miltor. But actually, this is kind of... Miltor allows them to play over their cards, right? So with Jewel Knight, that means they can activate effects.
Yeah, so that's the interesting phrasing, is that it says your opponent's cards' auto abilities do not activate from this call. So because it says your opponent's cards, that doesn't necessarily limit it to just the thing that was called. I think it is basically anything that is also like, if you overcall.
I guess we'll see
ability,
soon.
right?
Yeah, I guess we'll see soon.
Yeah. I have to check the Japanese phrasing of this card as well, just to make sure. But I feel like it's supposed to disable everything.
Actually, not calling that much though. It seems. So, Aqua comes down, and this will be like the second bounce, right?
Yep.
In a way, you don't need to get that. You don't need to restand this turn just because your opponent's on so little damage. But at the same time, if you want to just pop off, it's a nice thing to have. But I think right now he shouldn't have hit it. He shouldn't have hit the 3 bounce threshold.
No, I think it's only 13.
Yeah. Is Blaster's gonna take it? Nope. Just takes
We'll
it.
get the PG. That's going to be
Doesn't
helpful. Into a heal. That's also very good. All right. I mean, even if the ride is not optimal, the triggers have definitely been optimal so far. Pushing blasters of 2 damage. And then just going to swing with the Aqua. Might even take this if you're... Ooh, going to the Sybil to prevent the plussing from overcalling it. I like that. So of course, because you ride over the Sybil here, you will get to check top 3 immediately to call a Jewel Knight. So, we'll potentially replace that circle. Gonna go to the Ashley reverse here. It's time to get locking.
Goes force 2. Okay.
Ooh, all right, I like that.
That's interesting because like one thing I noticed when you go force 2 of this deck is like your columns just don't really hit that big. Like sure, your Vanguard gets the extra 10Ks, but your sides just are pretty average.
Basically are super reliant on Miranda basically to copy the power.
Yeah. So kind of interesting there. How many can he lock this turn though? You can also get some retires going too.
Yeah, the soul looks relatively healthy, but I think it's about like enough for 2 or so procs. This will get the Alwyn will get a soul charge in here as well. There's 2 of them on the side, so you get to rest it.
Oh yeah, there we go.
You get yourself a normal unit back to deck and then a soul charge plus the 5k to the Vanguard. So if you're going hard in the Miranda play, that'll be a big Vanguard to copy the power of. And gonna lock Soul Blast 2 again to self-lock the rested one. And go for that effect one more time. Checking that top 4 off of the Ashley here.
I mean, do you go for the 3rd?
I think at this point...
It's not bad, right?
That being said, the Sentinel Restrict, when your opponent's at 2 is...
You'll be attacking the sides first.
Yeah. Well, let's see it. That's 3 times. Yeah, gonna go for the 3rd. The plus 15 to the Vanguard has been applied. And of course, the power is gonna go even harder on Ashley Reverse because she will be getting plus 10k for each of the lock cards you have.
And that isn't normal Ashley.
Yeah, so gonna be a lot of columns coming out. So basically, you're gonna be able to swing with the Ashley. And then of course the grade 2, the Miranda can copy the power as long as she's not boosted of the Vanguard. It looks like that is going to be happening. So going to be swinging in for the 28, I think this is.
Yeah, so it gets the plus. It just matches the Vanguard, so 28. Good number to have.
Potential 2-card guard.
If Iman takes it, ooh.
That's big. Looks like the Sentinel Restrict is going to be worth it here for the Vanguard swing because it's going to be huge too. Ashley going to swing in just a 23, so that's going to be Soul Blasting 2 to call 1 card over the Ashley. It is going to be that Lyle, which will help to keep pushing those resources back into the deck. And like, if you're 4-0 with Jewel Knights at this point, like, I'm confident that you know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly how to sequence your effect and make sure that you don't run out of gas and just basically know exactly how to control your opponents. Because like, chances are Blaster has played against like multiple matchups like this, like Anj, multiple Steam Maidens. Like, I would not be surprised if they've had a pretty good record so far against decks like that in today's tournament.
Yeah, so Iman didn't get any damage checks, so this is going to be poking in for a very annoying 15k, right? Ooh. And it's weird because like you want to guard this, but then you know that you have to like hard guard the Vanguard as well. I mean, you can just no guard. You can just go like, yeah, I'll take the risk.
Crit for game, bro.
Yeah, crit for game, right? But then you still have 2 more attacks after this as well. And there's going to be a counter charge coming off with Miranda's skill. So Miranda will still be able to hit massive too.
That's right. And of course, the Lyle over the Lyle gets the power on there as well. So overall, Blaster is just forming good lines and using the 2CB has very efficiently, while basically just telling Ayman like, hey, if you don't respect this big swing, there's more where that came from. Because thing is, like, even if you take this and you go to 5, oh, he's gonna take it. A crit comes out. That's gonna be 3 damage for Ayman. Lethal swing coming in here. Second check gonna be Ashley. That's 3 damage coming down here. First check is a crit, gonna give the power. Second check is another crit, gonna give the power. Is it a heal? It is a heal. 6.
The heal.
Ayman survives.
Wow.
Barely, but it's not over yet. Triple defensive puts to 43k, but this Miranda is gonna copy the Vanguard's power.
Yes, that Vanguard is still massive. It's like 28, then plus 30k, right?
Yep.
So it's like 58. So it needs 20k guard.
Yeah, it's not a tremendous amount compared to what we were talking about earlier, you know, or if there were no defensives, but still a 20k shield, still some parts out of the hand that have to be eaten up. And I think for Blaster as well, it's like you have to suddenly go from all right.
One of the big we has to PG this. One of the biggest weaknesses of Ayman's deck is that it runs the Relenkas and the Turas and the Anjas. So there's just so much grade 3s in the deck that a lot of it can just clog up your hand and make your hand look, you know, you have a huge hand, but it's just a fake hand, right? They're all cards with no defensive shield value.
Yep.
So now end of
unlocks.
End of Blast's turn. Back to Ayman. What can Ayman do though?
Let's see. Well, first things first is the question of whether Ayman has the Anj in hand or not. And if not, then working things back from the Tirwa is going to be a bit of a challenge. But
yeah,
we'll see.
Second turn Tirwa is like, it's not great. But you know, when you had to PG that 20k shield, then you know your hand has to be very grade 3 centric, right?
That is right. That is absolutely right. So let's take a look at how things are going to go here.
Hoping the Anj is there, but it also could just be full of Relenkas, you know?
Yeah, that is true. So let's take a look. We are having some issues just waiting for the reconnection. It looks like it might be paused on... Actually, no, I think the game is probably going on between Blaster and Ayman. It looks like Ayman is probably just going through the motions, but it's just on our side that we are having trouble connecting to Ayman's side of things. So do bear with us as we fix the issue. But it looks like the game is smoothly continuing on the side of Ayman versus Blaster. And we're gonna have to just see as we bring it back slowly on how Ayman's turn develops here and see where it's gonna go with that big Anj turn, if the Anj has been found.
Yeah, like the problem is though, is the hand could just be all 3s. And I'm assuming a Mator just happened though, because Blast just drew.
Yep.
Oh no, maybe it's no. He just ended.
I think he took turn. I think he took turn, and it looks like Blaster's going to continue go back to his turn, and we have the first use of the grade 1 in the back, the All Wayne, which we do have 3 copies of, so it's going to be the same thing as last turn, where we're going to just basically be calling out and finding pieces. Finds the Miranda already. You do want to overcall that just to get that counter charge going right off the bat. So it's probably going to be, instead of filling up the board all the time, going to try to just keep on finding ways to generate that CB by overcalling. Soul Blast 2, self-log, check top 4. Let's see what we find. It's going to be the overcall with the Sybil. You could theoretically overcall this Sybil too to just like get another card out. So you see so much of the deck here too.
Yeah, like when your board is set up like this, it's just so free in a way because no front row, no problem. I'm just gonna like lock my back row.
Just keep cycling my sources. At this point, you probably know your whole deck from the bottom up.
Retire stuff, and we see that Iman was on that Tira.
Very just swung Tira past.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Well, Blaster gonna try to keep this 4-0 reign going. The double Sybil setup, I like it. Your opponent's at 5 damage, which means that defensives will not do anything. So you're basically just in this good position where, I mean, the only kind of issue is that you are lacking in power, because they will be not anything. So we shall see where this is gonna go for Blaster. Gonna overcall with the Ashley and resolve the Sybil to check top 3. And then I guess overcall that Sybil with another Sybil, and then resolve that Sybil to check top 3 again, to overcall that Sybil to check top 3 again, and calling nothing.
Ooh. So it's not that bad, unless Blasters doesn't have a soul. So you can actually attack with the Ashley ride, and then call something on the Sybil, and then call another card.
That will make another column basically. Drops the 5k.
So here we
Soul
go.
Blast. No, only one soul, I think.
It's fine. You know, this is hitting for big,
relatively
like
big
20,
number.
58 again. Your opponent could have got it last time. What's the chance they can guard it now? And now you've got the Mirandas going. So
gets the Miranda out. I think the goal here is to proc Sybil over the Miranda to. Now you don't really need a counter charge, I guess, unless you call another Miranda over. In that case, it's like
no, but you can call something over. Yeah, the Lael, right?
Just to get the power.
Yeah,
that is true.
And if you don't hit it, well, you know, it is what it is, right?
No, I'm gonna call over the Miranda in the end. So once the counter charge, just for next turn, I guess.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't have any counter blasts, so.
Yeah, Iman's out. Might just be like, all right, I have to keep swinging rear for another turn. Like I'm gonna lose it. So gonna swing in here once again with that big old Ashley. 58k swing. Looks like it's being taken PG. Gonna be found. Give the power to the rear. And the second check gonna be the Lyle. And gonna just confirm those drive checks. And most likely, let's take a look. I think, yep, from the way that Blaster's packing up, I'm assuming that he has taken the game. And unfortunately for Iman, the brick had such a strong start, honestly. Like being able to find the Liesel out there and like such good targets off the Liesel too was super good. But sadly, having to sit on the Tiro without being able to, you know, bounce into the restand and things like that was a little bit unfortunate. Maybe could have gone a bit more aggressive on bouncing Blaster's cards just to make the restand and dig for more cards and find the Anj to rewrite into. But for Blaster, that was smooth as butter. Managed to find all the pieces and just keep recurring resources all the time.
Yeah, bit unfortunate for Iman. Unfortunately, you know, it is what it is, right? The hand, I would love to know what was in Iman's hand. You know, it's just, you had to take that Sentinel Strict, the Ashley Reverse. Sometimes you just have to, but having to just PG that 20k shield is like pretty telling. But then it's like the next turn, you just don't have anything to like ride on. So it's like, it's like all Relenkas, just more Tiruas, or is it just, it's really rough because there's just like nothing else, right? Nothing else on the board. So it's a bit unfortunate there. But we have a Blasters, right, moving to the top tables and securing another win. So getting close to that confirmed top for tomorrow.
That's right. I mean, you're currently sitting at that sweet 5-0 record with Jewel Knights. And if you can get one more win in there, you're basically confirmed for top 8 tomorrow. So looking pretty good. Honestly, like that is a very good start to the day. And, you know, it's still, at least here in Japan, it's just 2 p.m. In Singapore, it's like 1 p.m., right? You're basically like, it's lunchtime and you're undefeated. That lunch is going to taste pretty good.
Yeah, even if you lose the next 2, your tiebreakers are actually like should be so good that you have at least a better chance than a lot of other X2s to make it. So one more, and a few of these players are confirmed in. But you know, if you're X0 at the moment, you're in a good place, right? You're in a good place. You're set up for success. Yeah.
100%. So definitely looking good and solid record so far. Congrats on the Jewel Knights. I mean, there's a lot to learn from that play in general. Like, it was very smooth, and you can see the kind of sequencing that you got to do to, you know, efficiently play this deck, right? There's also time to worry about if you take too long to think about your sequencing. So definitely a deck that requires a lot of practice, but we saw there that practice is what Blaster has done and definitely did it well, and looked very solid.
There's a lot of small little optimizations you can do with Jewel Knight. You can play it very simply. It's just, you know, you do some multi-attack. But if you get the maximal poke out of it, then, you know, that's where it's going to turn from, like, just a normal deck to something very, very scary. You can just do as much attacks as Steam Maidens, you know? Maybe not the same power level, but,
yeah,
you know, if we're talking about amount of attacks, yeah, it's there. You can definitely do it, so... very cool to see good raw Paladin players do well.
100%. So very well done to Blaster, and of course for iMine it's going to be a good time going into.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll be going to a short break. Well, and we'll be right back with round 6.
See you there.
Have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad.
Hi Honda.
Hi Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that, because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
Cool. Okay, you can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one would you like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah. I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
All right. So I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Hwanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, you know, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first?
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be it has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. You know, it's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that.
Yeah.
Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Trial deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
No. I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So, deck thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards. Or it might go the other way. Like, it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about all.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So, thinking that I'll be working for the company would be no. But hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind? Or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that?
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game. So maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manta, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise,
Yeah. So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
Yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, if you're going through hell, keep going. Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah, that's good, because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did. Of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for for shipping to our distributors, I mean, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA. For a B2B conference kind of thing. Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal. It's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer. Yeah, I think that's very satisfying. Yeah.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people, and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired. But all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, about a 20 hours flight.
Yeah. Give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that I don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job in Bushiroad.
Yeah, I do sales and logistics.
Thanks, bro.
Cardfight Vanguard. Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet. Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone, to our we're getting close to those.
Oh no! Yes, we are getting close to the end of the Swiss rounds right now. So we're currently on round 6 at the moment right now. All players that are still in are still going strong, getting started on their 6th round. Am I correct, Devon Fight?
Yep. So it is. We're getting pretty close to there, and looking pretty good as well. As of course we have quite a few players that are in good standing with really good scores, and of course we can take a look at these standings as well to see that we only have 3 remaining undefeated players, with Blaster that we watched last round as one of them, and then Anthony, Sean, Chua, and Sackmaster as the 2 other remaining undefeated players. So there's a chance that if the the ladder breaks here, we will actually have only 1 undefeated player at the end of this round, depending on how Sackmaster does. But then, of course, Yagio Art, Colin Lee, Technical, King Udon, Ayman, and Louis are all in that X1 record with a pretty solid standing, I would say.
Indeed, as well. Also, and as we look at the second half of the top rankings, we can see Mark and Winley Asta run out their top side, along with All Might is Mermaid Man, Yellow, 984 at Smurf, Chunyu, Losef, Notorious Set also making it to the top 19 in the rank as well, we saw earlier, and Maelstrom Casual rounding out the top 20.
Exactly, so looking quite good. All these players with the X1 record have a pretty solid chance of making it to that top 8, but it's getting tight. I mean, 2 rounds left. You got to make it to the top in these last 2 rounds, and you know, the day is advancing. As you can see, the sun is like shining on my face as we speak. It's getting pretty late into this tournament, so you know, these last 2 rounds are going to be the most important for a lot of these players.
Yes,
if you are undefeated, chances are you'll make it in. But I don't think you can afford to drop more than 1 game.
No, you don't want to afford to drop your game as much as possible, especially since there is that top 8 cut too as well. It's going to be really, really tight as we go into round 6 and 7 too as well. So let's just see how this develops as well. We do have our next matchup set up and ready to go, right?
That is right. Okay. Let's take a look at these deck lists and see what the players are bringing. So we're going to be watching Biagio here from Italy, running that Leopold. So Leopold's actually a deck that was quite hyped up going into the Worlds Met, actually, because it was like the deck can just do quite a lot. I was actually quite surprised. I was asking people before V Premium Worlds, I was like, what is good in V Premium right now? I was like, what outside of Steam Maidens does one expect to see? And everyone was saying, it's like, hey, Leopold is pretty good. It is a deck that has pretty immense plussing. It has, you know, just good power generation. You have all of your axle markers that are generated too, and then of course just all the multi-attack that comes from that as well. So gonna be interesting to see how this deck will perform, especially with that 8 fronts. I think is telling a story of how the deck will want to be piloted. But then Cap, let's take a look at the opposing side and what they are bringing to the table.
Now, this one is actually a matchup that I am personally interested to see because I haven't been able to find a lot of data on this. So we're going up against Steam Maiden. So once again, we're seeing the Steam Maiden in low as the Ace Vanguard over there, playing different parts from the last Steam Maiden that we saw in the 2nd round that we had earlier, making use of the Winged Dragon in there as well, plus a few other parts, which also includes Kurunta, which actually calls out a card with Great +1 when you send one to the bottom of the deck. So yeah, so it's interesting to see, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm looking forward to this also, just to see how Leopold Rivers can match up against Steam Maidens.
Yep, so let's take a look at the game here. Yellow, of course, is another player of high caliber that is familiar playing at this international stage, playing against a lot of top tier decks and players. So let's take a look. Biagio on the left playing Great Nature, and Yellow on the right with Steam Maidens. Let's get into it.
Yes, let's get into it as well. So both players, I believe, are getting the go-ahead from the judges in a short little bit right there. And yeah, we shall see how this match develops. And I gotta say that, so when it comes to Leopold Rivers as well, so because I do play, I do dabble in Great Nature in V Premium over here. So it's interesting to see this build also, because there's some things that I should know when it comes to Great Nature that kind of slipped my mind from here. So, but then again, with the way that Leopold Rivers is, so there's so many combinations that can go in. So I've seen quite a few builds from there. One commonly known is actually like Culture Gorilla, you know, being part of the deck build. So you can actually withstand all the units in front row that's like 25k or more once the Vanguard attacks. But in this case, the difference I see from Biagio and most others is actually the use of Amber Triangular, which actually has a lot more power to it because of plus 10k, as long as it's as long as it attacks while unboosted. And yeah, this will be interesting to see.
Absolutely, but so here Yellow did go first and get that optimal ride of the Ilul. Of course, getting to use the cat first to just do a little bit searching. And of course, the Ilul is just going to let you also get the extra draw. If you bind the Uluru, you get the 2 draw. So being able to plus this much on turn 1 already is pretty good. You're building a board, you are thinning like crazy, and it's going to be, I mean, for Biagio, definitely a matchup that has to have been playtested immensely, right? Because of course, this is the deck that, you know, everyone knows will be the most played in this format, and you have to playtest into it like crazy. And of course, for Yellow, it's going to be that kind of advantageous position as well. So we see the mini belly going to be drive checked as well, and the Ludo grade 4 gonna be found off the first damage check. Yellow going back to that turn 2, and let's see if the ride target is gonna be optimal. I mean, there's not many suboptimal ride targets in this deck. Gonna go into The Alul, unfortunately, not exactly the best, but let's see if we can find the Enterania as well here.
Indeed as well. So Viago actually finding that Leopold reverse through mini belly, so it's actually quite crucial because you do need another Leopold in order to activate Leopold's ability, in order to change all the cards that were milled that turn into all types, so into all 3 types, so order, normal, trigger.
Yep. So unfortunately, that's gonna be the end of the turn, I think. Because no Enterana, and the damage check is gonna hurt a little bit. For yellow, Yadro gonna get back into his turn and we'll be going into the Parakeet. So gonna get to search for grade 3. Let's see what we find.
Yep. Again, another chance to actually find another Leopold possibly. And there you go. So that you can not only guarantee yourself the 2 Leopolds that you need, what the Leopold reverse to go to the Vanguard Circle, but also another Leopold, whether it's a normal version or reverse version, to call down for the lock. Again, when it comes to Leopold reverse, that is crucial for the deck.
Yep, absolutely. So let's take a look. What is going to be the case? Going to do the cut real quick. And now it's time to see what the response play is going to be. Of course, get that power to make sure that it hits without needing any boost. 12k into the Vanguard swing, most likely.
Saving the aggression for a little bit later. So
no, going to the rear. That does make sense. I mean, you don't want to give too much CB into Steam Maidens. Try to keep that combo turn as minimal as possible as they go into the Uluru, which of course will be going pretty ham with these attacks.
Just like some of the other decks also in V Premium, the Steam Maidens definitely does epitomize the saying of you give an inch, they take a mile. So definitely definitely damage mitigation is quite important. Managing your opponent's damage might help you in the long run, so long as you are aware of what your opponent will be doing.
Yeah, well, the gears are turning here for yellow. Finding more Steam Maiden pieces. Another Elu picked up off the cat. I'm gonna see the Nabu here, of course, can bring out some bound cards. Gonna be actually using the Elu skill there to bind a card from drop to call out the Uluru grade 0, which can then be, of course, pushed into the grade 1. But the bind zone is relatively minimal for the time being. And we see another defensive come out for Biagio. That's actually pretty huge.
Yes, it is.
Draw as well.
Yes, it is indeed. So now using Ilu skill to swap out Uluru with Ilu. So just that's the combination right there that we know very well from Steam Maidens. That combination of being able to swap the attackers whenever Rigard attacks. It is once per turn, but just the amount of combo starters going into the extenders and the handers for Steam Maidens so is what makes it famous, to say the least.
And the cat here is the whole reason why this Nabu is even hitting. Having plus 1k for every card in Bind Zone might not seem like the most major effect, but it is coming up huge. But what's coming up even bigger is Biagio's defensive front here. Going to be pushing up that power to plus 20k, 29 against this Uluru. You're basically trying to see some big triggers here for this to potentially hit, but gonna just drop that 5k. Like
this casual 5k right there. Nah, man. So critical trigger might be going to the Ilu to the side too as well.
Yeah, you will be able to hit if that is the case, but let's see, where is this going to be committed to? Gonna go to rear. Yep, okay, that was the correct play.
So yeah, power wise, plus the force marker as well as the trigger there. So Ilu will, I believe, going for 28 base right now with the critical, plus the booster from the cat as well, so it makes it up to 36. But the easy guard with mini belly with the 2 defensive triggers really does help Biagio right there. So.
Yep, and like going into the next turn, of course, like the cat, the gear cat, of course, gaining the plus 1k for every card in Bind Zone, like making those magic numbers like 38, 37 is going to be very big going forward. So let's see now. This is Biagio's turn 3 at long last.
Here we go, that's a lock.
Which is pretty good. So
yeah,
reverse coming into play.
Yep. Leopold reverse right now, getting that lock Leopold so that he can turn all cards that have been discarded from the deck into the 3 different types, the normal, the trigger, and the order types right there. And now making use of Leopold's ability, counterblast 1, discard the top card of the deck. then activate all the following effects based on the card that was removed. And since he can activate all of them, so he gets the additional imaginary gift Axel, he gets to look at the top 5 cards and call 2 separate regard circles, and then he also gets all units in the front row gets plus 5k, and the Vanguard gets plus 1 critical 2 as well. Calling out Researcher Fox and Tester Fox 2 as well. So that is actually really good, because Researcher Fox would benefit from any additional mills that Biago might want to do, any call-outs that he has. Tester Fox also can send 2 cards, and he can, as I found out recently, he can actually send the one of the cards that's milled to the bottom of the deck and have it be treated as a trigger unit or normal unit depending, and just being able to actually call out another Researcher Fox as well, if he so chooses to. But the main thing is that you can actually send in any 2 cards to the bottom of the deck, so if he's got some triggers in there, you could just have them reloaded into the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. And looks like there's going to be that extracurricular lesson coming out from Biagio with the Scientist and, of course, the Leopold Reverse itself. So it's going to be a big turn. Leopold Reverse, of course, being able to plus this much, adding this much power and the extra crit and everything is huge. And Leopold
Another Leopold
down the side for that extra power push.
Binocular Cycle over there. So yeah, and of course the lemur, afflicted lemur, just getting the mill can be anything that he chooses to. He chooses to get the counter charge instead of soul charge. Yeah, and Researcher Fox getting plus 5k because a card has been milled. He's seen that card milled down.
That is right. All right, so this has been a very good main phase.
Very good main phase, I can say.
Biagio. But I think it's time to get into battle soon. Got that power up, I think, already. Got the power up from the Tester Fox here. So on to the Grade 2 Fox. And we're going to start swinging with the Leopold Reverse, which of course does have the extra crit on it, which is going to be relatively annoying to deal with. But yellow's on
17k here. Yeah, yellow's on 1 damage. And also this is 17k as well. So it's still a relatively okay guard for yellow to commit to. Wouldn't hurt him too much as well, but it could like pays its due down the line. So but no guard here, so he takes the 2 damage. No triggers, so 2 damage straight up. No defensive triggers. Losing
that hurts.
Yeah, losing 2 lost gear dogs right there. They are lost to the damage zone.
That is unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. So and then of course Binocular Cycle coming into play right there. Counter plus 1, milling another card from there. It can be anything that he wants thanks to Leopold's ability. So he's I believe he might be choosing the ability to retire, and then 3 units get plus 5k.
Yep, there we
go.
go.
Instead of going for the draw.
And of course the power up. So you have the plus 5k from the Leopold Reverse, plus 5k from its own effect, and then of course the plus 5k from the Axel 2. So overall, hitting for good numbers and just kind of showing off, I mean, what this deck is capable of, right? Biagio didn't hit any of his, 8 fronts on this battle, but, going into future turns, I would be a little bit concerned. You know, once there's, even more Axels and we start, 4 Axel marker double front is, I would not want to be on, even 3 damage sounds scary at that point.
I was there, so I was there. I've been on the receiving end of that very, very much. So.
That is a scary experience, but let's see how yellow tries to maneuver out of it. The hand is a little bit limited, but looks like it's going to be the rear guard getting swung into just to prevent, of course, the bind zone from getting set up too much here as well, of course. But right now, the bind zone is from the previous Steam Maiden game we saw on stream, and this one, it's it really goes to show how different the speed can be of this deck, between how fast the bind zone can be set up on both sides of, just the same deck list, right? Sometimes you get the 8 cards in bind zone relatively fast, and then sometimes you don't hit Entrana, and then things get a bit more rough.
Indeed, as well. So you're right on that. So just seeing the difference between a well set up Steam Maiden deck and a Steam Maiden deck that's still in the midst of getting things up there really just goes to show that Steam Maiden's as strong as it is, so still has its flaws here and there as well. And if players are smart enough, they can actually capitalize on it.
That is right. Okay, so we saw the crit sentinel there. Coming out. So let's see.
All right, so making use of is that? Oh, I believe that might be Researcher Fox's ability. So should be able to fetch out a grade 3. Search out for a grade 3. And then your hand.
right? So resolving those end phase maneuvers. Of course, this is the Great Nature special. You know, it's everyone's used to that. Like, all right, I will end my turn, and now 5 million things will go off.
Hell yes. But now we pass the turn over as well. So getting another Ilu onto the Vanguard circle, generating another force marker onto that side. Very familiar place that we know from Steam Maiden deck as well. But as we can see over here, the Winged Dragon coming down, paying for its ability. And yeah, just allowing binding 2 of the Regards, so the bind comer goes off from there, looking at top 3 and calling 2 among them. Then you bind the last one too as well.
Yeah, like Renovate is the card. It is so important in making sure that this bind zone is set up, and we've seen it come up time and time again in game after game. It is just really important to make sure that this deck is able to function and have the gas in the bind zone to keep going, especially if you don't see some of those pieces that are, you know, especially helpful in building up that bind zone. And I think Yellow choosing to stay at 3 damage is also very correct, because as we said earlier, like as this deck keeps getting thinned out, or you know, we just get closer to hitting fronts on those big attacks with Axels multiplying every turn, you want to be careful in making sure that you have the leeway to take some damage for those defensive checks.
And I believe the Gear Cat actually managed to find, I think, Antanara, I think, from that top 3 as well. Right now, Yellow, I think, just kind of considering where the play lies from here. So what's the next move?
Exactly. So Karunta did come down on the board here as well. Something to think about.
Yep.
Looks like it is. I would like to imagine this is the Karunta being used. Let's take a look. In the Soul Blast cost and did CV so. I am assuming.
You could possibly send well, choosing to send Binoculars Tiger to the bottom of the deck.
Yep, so this is search out a grade 3, so this is actually really nice because you effectively, I mean, it's the original Chronojet Dragon Z skill, basically, on a grade 2 body, which is really nice, and you get to search out another Renovate Wing, which is a second copy in the deck, and you basically will get to bind more of your rears to set up that bind zone even stronger, and of course, be able to set up that field even better. So overall, a good turn of events. Let's see what the top 3 is gonna show us. Renovate Wing, plussing extra hard. The Cat found off the top. That is gonna be huge for the plussing. And an Uluru, double Uluru, one of them onto the field. Like to see that.
Cat one more time, just looking at the top 3, finding something to add to hand right here, and adds a Lul into the hand.
Alright, that's another combo piece. Overall, we just see Steam Maidens here. The engine is on, the gears are turning, the time is accelerating. I'm starting to hear footsteps out here, man. This is scary for Biagio. Been definitely getting by, hitting defensives on those previous turns to turn off a lot of the aggression. But now we get the Owl on board as well. You can start binding stuff from drop, get that extra power on her as well. And of course, this will connect into a bunch of attacks. Like now you have your optimal field setup. So this way you can also start leaping from the Uluru grade 0 all the way up. And this is going to be the Steam Maiden special coming in from yellow side.
All right. They'll Paul here declaring class is secession, but the Steam Maidens are like, nah, we're gonna push it to the end of time. So class is gonna be over as soon as I can, as soon as I can make it.
Yeah, it was not. She's not about that extended extracurricular class time. I'm trying to get out of here quickly.
Yep.
All right, gonna drop the heal guard there on Biagio's side.
All right.
See the bind into the grade 1 Steam Maiden. Of course, this will be swinging in, gets the counter charge, of course, as well. Once per turn, of course. Important to keep in mind. And the damage check, very important, is not a defensive. Another Leopold reverse. Would have loved to see that for the re-ride, but unfortunately not going to be the case. Going to be going into the damage zone instead. And then, of course, we are going to be doing the combo here, going into the Alul on that force marker, now dropping in for big power, and the bind was the grade 3, so you do get a nice plus 9k on her as well, making it extra hard to guard. Gonna use her effect to bind her in CB1 to call a grade 3 from the bind zone, which will be that Elul.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like we might need to redo some guarding here just to make sure that the numbers are correct. All right, all good.
Yep. So now Ilul will come into play and then attacking with it as well. It is currently going for its base power is at 33, then 33 plus the 1k in each bind for each card in the bind right now. If my math is correct, I think it's plus 9k as well. So this is running in for the 2. It's a magic number straight up.
Yep, 9 is the sweet spot against Axel and Protect decks, and luckily for Yellow, managing to find the right numbers. And it's only going to get better. All right, just confirming the numbers, making sure it's like, whoa, you really got that magic number on me? 42 is a big number. I mean, it's asking for a potential 3-card guard from hand, so let's see if Biagio maybe chooses to take this swing and hope for defensive to make the remaining attacks a bit softer.
Right now, Biagio just really, I think he's just planning out his entire turn right now, but
takes it, no defensive on 5 damage.
That hurts. That hurts quite a lot. So defensive triggers will really help Biagio in this stage of the game right now. But he is going to have to guard off everything right now, and that could either deplete his hand or bring him up to 6 damage.
That is right. Oh, and we're going to be using that grade 2 here. All right, so Alul comes out into the bind zone and calls out the Uluru onto the force marker. And we see the
Critical
take.
Trigger.
The crit comes out off the top. Going to be 2 damage, make it 3 damage. Just like that.
No way to recover for Biagio right there. So Yellow takes the win here. Steam Maidens proving once again why it is the most well-known deck in V Premium today.
That is right. It is the favorite of the meta. It is the deck that everyone has their eyes on. And it is definitely the deck to beat and practice against in order to find success. And for Yellow, that is definitely a good relieving win. And hopefully they can continue with 1 round left. Round 6 has now concluded. Only round 7 remains. And then we will know our top 8 players that will be facing off against each other in order to claim victory and win the beautiful Chronojet prize card.
But I do have to say, at least for Biagio, I think he did very, very well. One of the things that I've always mentioned when it comes to Leopold Rivers, and especially if you play competitively, is that you've got to go hard as soon as you hit Leopold Rivers. You've got to go straight in for the jugular, so to speak. So leap onto their neck and bite it out. So if you're Leopold Rivers, that's one of the things that makes Leopold Rivers very dangerous. So especially if he gets to go first, mainly because of the fact that he's not limited like some of the other grade 3s that have been released recently, which has the limiter of being bound by your opponent's Vanguard being grade 3 or higher. So that's the nice thing about Leopold Rivers. I think one of the reasons why Leopold Rivers was one of the answers that you got when you asked what's good in V Premium outside of Steam Maidens.
Yes, exactly. So Leopold did show up on stream, managed to show off some of the moves it has, but sadly just felt like it was one pace a bit too slow against Steam Maidens, the powerhouse that deck is. So it's very interesting to see how things are going to go moving forward into our last round of Swiss and what kind of cool decks we're going to get to see into our next rounds as well. As just 1 round left, 1 more game, 1 more chance for everyone to show off their power. And I'm curious to see how things will go for all the players that show up. And of course, interested as well to see if Yellow can continue their run in such a strong fashion, and for Biagio if there's any chance of making it out to that next top cut. So gonna be curious to see how things will go on.
Yep. So yeah.
All right. Well, with that is that is it for this showdown between Biagio and Yellow. We can have ourselves back up. We will break it down a little bit, of course.
Yep.
But I'm curious to see, how that top cut is gonna look with like the current standings, because of course, it's still gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be a good percent of Steam Maidens, but there are still quite a few. Like there's Jewel Knights undefeated that can still go pretty far, I think.
Yep. There's also I think we still have some Alcovol's next, still at the top right there.
Yeah, I think there was something along those lines. I have to check the standings.
Yeah.
again
We do
at
have
some
to check
point,
standings as
so
well, yeah.
that's for sure. But definitely a good run, Cap. I think that was pretty nice to see. Leopold in action on stream. You don't get to see that every day.
Yeah, you don't get to see. Actually, no, I do. I do see it every day. So. I play it too.
You live in that, like, in the environment, the Leopold environment, where you get to witness its power on a regular basis. You get to take part in the classes on a regular schedule.
Yes, so I get a lesson almost every other day with it as well. But not just me taking the lessons, I'm also dishing out the lessons too as well. So one of the fun things about competitive right now is just seeing those familiar decks and just being able to give insights, so that not just the players have, but also some insights that you share. So that's mainly one of the reasons why I enjoy tournaments like Bro, just being able to come on, provide play insight to you guys as well, everybody all chatting here as well, and just having a good time over here. So far, every match that I've seen, I've been having such a good time.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's been great to watch, this kind of America versus Italy showdown as well. It's like, you don't get to see that outside of World, so that's one of the great things about BRO as well. But with all that being said, that's going to be it for round 6 here at BRO AOV Premium. We're going to go for a short break, but when we're back, we're going to be watching the last round of Swiss, which will determine who makes it into top 8 for day 2. So please go enjoy these lovely videos during the break, and when we're back, we'll be back with some really awesome, heart-pounding V Premium action.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad,
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack, Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. They go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because as marketing is not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve, or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us that how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at so what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Yeah. Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bank Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah, at some point I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game properly.
Oh, so you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest in a day of Crash Course. So slowly got to sync to the new playstyle, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have because not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learned it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
Cardfight Vanguard. The glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard. Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, it's me, Kai.
Yes.
Different fight. And the captain.
Me? There we go.
Is.
There we go. Hey, you're different. Hey, you're the captain, and I'm Kai right now. So.
So yeah, we're here in the final round.
Yes.
Of V today.
Yes.
Some crazy good games, and I think this is the one. All right? This is the one where the players are at the precipice of going home and feeling sad or winning. I guess they're probably at home, right? So
yeah, they're already at home already. So half the battle is won already. So now comes the other side, so which is this last round that we're gonna go into. So round 7, the last round of this Swiss, and all the players near the top are actually gonna be vying for that top 8 right now. So yeah, why don't we take a look at that standings? Let's see what do we have. So we have Anthony Chantua taking in, going undefeated as well. As well as Sackmaster as well. Both of them are undefeated. Blaster 56 did take a loss in round 6 as I saw. So he is supposed to be at 5-1 over there. And then we got Art, Biagio, which we saw last game. Colin Lee, Techno Eagle, and Winley, King Wudon, and Loself running out that top 8. Top 10, sorry, I should say. So yeah.
And then we got a few more on the flip page. The Noto and Cardfight rounding out the last 5 ones. And then to fight out all the lucky slots, we've got Iron Kelly Beyonce, Lois, Mark, All Might is Mermaid Man, Alstar, 94 Smurf, and Benot. So we have, I don't know if any of the X2s can make it, just because there's a lot of X1s. I think probably like maybe two can make it, so it's going to be very tight. But, you got to play it out. And if you don't make it, well, we've got EU coming up very soon. So, if you're a spectator, just sit around and EU will start in a couple of hours. But if you're a player, you get some rest, amp yourself up, and there's still more Vanguard to come. That's the beauty of BRO. There is BRO in every single region, and they just keep on going. So, 24 hours of Vanguard is a possibility.
It is.
But yeah, I think we can take a look at the players we will be featuring today, right? On the last final round. These are X1s, yeah?
Yeah, X1s.
We were seeing Noto again with that DI. She did very, very well in that first game. Everyone went pretty swimmingly, but we're going to see her again this time in the final round, and, she has to win this for that confirmed slot to the top cut. What do you think of the DI deck?
As I mentioned before, so the DI deck is specialized, especially with Amon, being able to break boards as well. And Charlotte coming in for the finish just to be able to get the restands and the plus 10k over there. There's not much more that I could really add. So from the last game that we casted.
That's right. It just works, right? But let's take a look at her opponent. It is going to be Cardfighter 159 with the Steam Maiden list, running some interesting techs here, but otherwise most of it is just the standard list that you'll see. Anything you want to add to this one?
Not much more as well. So the only difference that I see over here is the addition of Calibum over here, which actually sends cards to the bottom over there. It's similar to what we saw with the last Steam Maiden build as well, just being able to call out a card based on the card that you send to the bottom of the deck. And that's pretty much all that I can add at this point in time. So I think we are good to go. I think we are ready. And let's get into the next matchup. Let's see.
All right, let's go.
All right. So to me, the way that I see this is that knowing how Steam Maidens is also, they do have that board presence over there as well. But knowing what Noto plays, we've seen her play before, and knowing how she performs with Armon as well, she could actually possibly disrupt the Steam Maidens combination. So we'll see how this match develops, and see how the games go.
It's gonna be a bit rough because Steam Maiden is going first, so able to ride up straight up, but also the force columns, the force power lines are going to be a bit, how do you say it, tricky for the less powerful Protect Grade 2 lines to be able to punch through. One of the key things here is the Fugilin, if Noto is able to draw that, if she can start doing that early, it is a bit hard for Steam Maidens just use this. So like, sure, they have Enteranas that they can use to like plus a lot, but they're gonna need that plussing in order to start doing things, right? Just to like recoup their hand. So not exactly the most straightforward matchup. This is actually one of those matchups where you're probably not practiced as much. But Noto will still need to draw the Amons. Oh, but this doesn't look good.
There's a G assist right there as well. I think this is the second time that we heard Noto actually performing G assist for that missing grade 1 or so. But I think she might have found that Fujinlin that you mentioned.
Oh no, this is the atrocious blow.
Yeah, so instead choosing for the atrocious blow instead, which actually still a very good write up. So as a grade 1.
Yeah, it has the chance to search for an Amon, a grade 3 card with Amon when you ride it. So it's all right. Top 7 search might be able to just eke out a grade 3 that you need. Looking at the hand, it's not great. We have a variance drag form, and I think that's the grade 3. So, getting the good grade 3, getting a good grade 3 here is going to be very, very important. But we'll have to see what happens, right? So, for the draw and quick shield first, and then top 7 for hopefully an Amon.
I think I might have spotted one there, but
she only runs 2 in the deck. So there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
There it is. At least we recoup some of that hand. And then the next step is getting some number of terrors, right?
Yes.
But the one issue I can see here though is that you're going second against that Steam Maiden. That Steam Maiden, I think right now, got another atrocious blow. Very, very cool. She would have had to have gotten it via the draw from the atrocious blow. So now able to start filling the soul, which is important. The one thing, no Fugilin is kind of not great because without it, it's a bit hard to actually passing as well.
Yeah.
Just pass, doesn't want the Enterana to kind of keep on going. If you have like Fugilin, you're able to disrupt your opponent's hand because it does get really weird on what you want to put into the soul. Your hand might be full of 3s, your hand might be full of that you can put in, but then you'll never get them, or they're triggers, and you're like, I don't want to waste my 15k shield here, or they might just be good cards, and then losing them can be quite disruptive. So actually just straight up searching a Heal Guardian though.
Searching for the Heal Guardian and just adding it to hand. I think Cardfighter might actually be anticipating something over here. So perhaps he just wants that safety with their Heal Guardian coming into play. So yeah, and then we see the discard over here. So, and I gotta say, so with Noto actually deciding not to attack that last turn, she can more than make up for it. So with Armon's ability, so being able to plus critical.
So because of what's happening here, I see why they get the Heal Guard. Not really for defense, but putting Carver is just gonna mass attack here, and what he's afraid of is Noto just attacking the rears. And that Heal Guard will at least give him 1 damage for him to work with on his grade 3 turn, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. And this time, not soul charging 3 crits, but we see a heal and a PG get soul charged, which is a bit unfortunate. But what I imagine here is that Noto might be swinging into the ILOL, or going into I think the Ilo's the main target. Yeah.
Ilo will be the exact target right there. So again, more damage denying while also removing a little bit of the board as well. That critical may be a miss, but it'll pay off in the long run. So I think that's the game plan that Noto has in mind.
Yeah. So what's basically happening now is if you're going to the Amon, right now as Cardfighter 159, you've got no advantage with any of your cards. You can technically get a damage if you want right now by the Heal Guardian, but looks like just go for the Re-Innovate here. It's going to at least clear the board up. And then with the 1 CB, you can go into Enterana and start drawing cards. And that is basically the key portion of your game plan. Otherwise, you can technically choose to just stay low as well and not do anything. And then just kind of bash with the board that he has now and see how it goes.
Yep.
And just save the heal guard just as extra defensive.
Yeah.
But then Amon's going to start ripping apart the field soon.
Indeed as well. So we can see the swap over with Ilul with a Lost Gear Dog there as well. Just making use of the Re-Innovate Winged Dragon to actually call out Ilu and Ilu. It's a little bit confusing. So it's a grade 1 and a grade 3 basically, and just making the swaps happen right here. So getting that board set up, turn the engine, pull on the throw in the coal inside there. The Steam Maidens are chugging along very, very nicely right now.
Yeah, the one thing you want to know is that Cardfight really hasn't gained much advantage. No CB equals like no pluses, so no Enterana calls. So it's the Amon's gonna start again, simplifying the hand in the field, in the board state basically, and gonna make the game very, very how do you say it, swing? But that's exactly how you want to do it here if you're Noto, because you technically started behind, so you have to be able to find a way to do it.
Correct.
Like,
so and I
bring
think
the game back into your purview.
Yeah, and I think Cardfighter is aware of that too as well. So knowing that Amon will come into play at some point or so he's also got to consider how he's going to be approaching this turn as well, because the next turn that will pass over will absolutely be a turn that he needs to plan ahead of us.
Yep. Able to was gonna do the Enterana later. And then just gonna swing here. The first damage check, not getting a damage trigger might be pretty bad, but we can see there's a heal guard in Noto's hand. But you gotta guard it correctly, otherwise you're gonna be still wasting a lot of cards. The Elul's hitting like 20k right now though.
I believe so.
Vanguard Elul. Ooh,
no
sharp
defensive trigger.
away.
No defensive trigger, still another 2 more, maybe more possibly. With Ilul, nope. Now Ilul now
20k. Heal guard's correct here. Gives the +10 to the Vanguard. Because the other side's hitting like 10 plus 11 to 21, 31.
And no triggers right there. So yeah, it'll be that number.
15k this last attack. So you can stay at 3 damage. Yeah, there it is.
There it is right there. So yeah, the damage is now 3-0. But we might be seeing that change soon. However, skills popping off, just resolving right now.
The one thing I'm not sure what's gonna happen for Noto here is at some point she's gonna have to give damage, and she's gonna give like a chunk of like 3 damage, for example, and that's gonna enable Cardfighter to just do a lot of plays, unless Noto just like hard damage denies. Going to Shark Rod, just straight up into the Shark Rod. Okay,
all right. So going straight into the Shark Rod. If she can build up the soul, which I believe Noto can easily do. So yeah, you'll be able to get actually 2 regards to restand.
The sheer number of terrors is the most important part.
I might have seen one maybe when she was G assisting. Can't say if I saw a second one. So, but we'll see. We'll see how the board develops on her side. So.
Actually going for the Executor and just going to retire the cats, get rid of that annoying boost that gets scales up in power quite a lot. Looks like did she miss the it's probably looks like there's a target there, just need to confirm what it is. Yeah, retiring the gear cats, very important.
Yes.
And gets another drag variance drag form.
Yep.
Gotta worry about CB a bit. The deck doesn't use that much CB, but you do need one just to kind of do the multi-attack with Shaharot every turn.
Yep.
But yeah, still waiting for those double numbers to come out and draw a lot of cards.
Yep. But at the very least, right now, Noto is charging up the soul, making use of various drag form and many other cards as well. So just to fill that up, so she wants to get that 10 so that the restand can happen.
And the power, I think, has to go on to an Amon. Oh, so there it is.
Yep.
There's the double.
There's the double right there. And Number Terror does get plus 10k if there is enough cards in the soul. I believe it should be 10 or more, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Yes, it's 10 or more. It gets plus 10k power. So yeah, this could be devastating. This could possibly be devastating, and perhaps the start of Noto's like catching up. Yeah, comeback.
Yeah. So Cardfight doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. It's likely just going to take a bunch of cards, a bunch of damage right now.
Yep.
Noto's hand is going to skyrocket and just get a lot of cards, basically, and hopefully that should be enough just to tank the turn. Interestingly enough, the damage counts here as well. A draw tree comes out for Cardfighter as well.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, like now that she's still on a high damage, her heals will be able to go off as well. So if any heals are checked, it's going to be a huge swing. And then just to kind of seal off the deal, we can't forget that DI always has that Hope on Damp card that just kind of just ends the game in a way, you know? Like, just says you can't guard properly, and that's that.
Yep.
Number Terrace again, a lot of cards drawn. The one thing that Noto has to be really careful of here is that you don't want her. You don't want to deck out, right? Because you draw a bunch of cards, but if you don't have any cards in the deck, you lose. And it looks like Cardfighter is committing to a guard here. You know, how good is a Hope on Damp if you just take the damage, right? It doesn't do much.
Yeah, you're right indeed on that also.
Looks like he's considering the guard, and it is correct. No matter how strong this is, it is correct.
Yep. Okay. Then committed the guy just getting off the last attack, staying at 2 damage, not going up to 3. He only needs 2. 2 is a good enough number for him. And the turn passes over, and yeah, he gets to continue on.
A bit worried about on Noto's side because she's gonna run out of deck soon on a clock, basically. And it's even though you draw a lot of cards, kind of stay in the game, the long-term view of the game might not be that great. Enterana being called over an Enterana.
Alright. So Enterana finally getting that counter blast. And now looking for that Gear Cat traveling with the Storm. And just calling it behind it as well. The cats were gone now they're back. So you will have a hard time getting rid of them.
Yeah, at some point I feel like Cardfighter can just go into more of a farm mode and just try and get as many cards in hand as possible. Just so he can like tank a Hope on Damp turn. Because actually his deck is pretty good against Hope on Damp. Hope on Damp requires you to guard in multiples of 20k shield. And Uluru is just a straight up 20k shield. So nice kudos there. But yeah, you're on 2 damage. You can, if you stay low, you can still tank a turn, and you know your opponent's on the clock because she's got less cards than you in the deck, and every turn she drive checks, it's gonna get close to your win. So you just kind of go for a more, not really a stally play, but it's just so you can just a farm play. So you have that out too.
So Cardfighter actually managing to find another Entenara from the top 3. So just adding another card in his hand, which he could possibly call down, it would help him in the next turns. It would help him in this turn as well. As you said, also you're right. So he could go into farm mode at this point right now. So with considering the size that Noto has currently right now, being it would make sense for him to actually just kind of like slowly build up. So and then get ready to have that one good burst turn once Noto has kind of been worn down a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, like you don't have a lot of CB to work with right now, right? You basically have 2, or maybe not even 2 because you don't have the Uluru. You don't have a big burst turn. And you know, later on, right, when your opponent has less cards in deck, it doesn't matter how much damage they have, they still have to guard everything.
Yep.
So number of Terror goes to damage here. And Enterana goes off. Get the 20k. It's good. Yeah. PG is actually not bad, to be honest. If you're expecting big columns. And then A-lol will swing through, or is that an I-lol? There's I-lol.
Yeah, I-lol.
So I-lol with a boost.
Alright, got it with the Ronjinin. For Jinin, so yeah. Then making use of Ilu's skill right now, just to call over Antanara with Ilu right now. Putting it on that force marker. And Ilu, of course, sending Ilu to there, so the engine has begun.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have wanted just like, if you keep the Enterana, you might be able to get more value from next turn because you're definitely not punching through that hand this turn.
Well,
you're out of CB.
Yeah, now you're out of CB. That's true. So, but then again, I did say that the Entanara that he got in his hand might be safe for the next turn. So right now it's just going through the motions right now. So upgrading from Ilu to Elu to Ilu, and then now swinging with the Vanguard Ilu right now just to give any triggers to the Vanguard Ilu, and yeah, just going stronger. So I have said a lot of lulz in that past sentence.
A lot of lulz.
A lot of lulz.
Very true. And
so
then, this is Vanguard swinging now.
Yeah,
have to guard this.
Yeah, I believe this is a 2 to guard. Does have the guard. Can't risk that critical coming into play and just finishing the game early.
Yep. And then this last attack can be can pass and just try and take one Shaharot and not give anything else. But Shaharot generally just with one CB is already enough to do like 5 attacks.
Yep.
So keeping it is not too good. Like 1 more damage means 1 card less in deck. So that's something to consider. And yeah, just turn it sideways, I think is pretty nice.
Yep, turning it sideways right now. No boost right there because the Edgar Cat has already given its power. And Noto just easily guarding off the Ilu attack.
Yeah, but a lot of 2 cards. That hand has kind of depleted a bit.
Yep.
Which is a bit scary to think about, you know? Like...
Very, very scary to think about also. But that's what Cardfighter realizes that he needed to do. So he's just gotta wear their hand down. So now Shaharot coming down. So and then a couple number terrors has been gone already, but there is still more, maybe 1 more hidden somewhere still. We know 1 is in the damage zone. And we know that 1 is in the soul, the other one's out on the field. The question right now is what's as you said also, does she have that hope on Damp to come down, to benefit from the restand?
So one of the reasons why I also said to, maybe it's good to pass, right, on that last attack of Elul is because if Noda doesn't have the hope on Dam and it's in like the soul, for example, then she needs to use like a drag form to get it out. That requires a CB. So 1 CB means that you either have to choose between the hope or the Shahar restand, and usually you always choose the Shahar restand because 2 more attacks, right?
Yep.
But it does kind of save you from like from maybe like death, right? Just losing the game.
Yep.
So here, right, kind of manageable. And then next turn, you can give 1 more damage, and then it mean like just another 1 Shaharot restand and nothing to worry about, like no like variance drag form to worry about.
Indeed as well. So Amon being called to the side over there. Amon will still benefit from its Vanguard ability. It will get +5 gate for every 6 cards in the soul. And I believe there might be 12 in there with the rewrite. So this should be hitting for 23 on its own.
Yeah, damage check being a trigger is actually really huge.
Very huge. So
guarding with an Uluru now though.
Getting that restand too as well. Oh yeah, I forgot about Shaharot's ability that gives +10 to the entire front row. So yeah,
it's giving a lot of power.
It's a lot of power right there. So but the defensive trigger will help Cardfighter right now.
Yeah, but grade 4 Uluru also going off is very, very strong. So just being a natural massive shield. I think this basically just says no to this attack.
Yep.
And still staying on low damage, which is very impressive.
Indeed. So coming up the guards right now, I believe if it's plus 20k, this will bring Cardfighter up to 43. 43 against current right now should be 22. So this might be a no pass, although my math may be a bit wrong here. Because Cardfighter is committing another card to guard also. Drive checks have been
blanks. Very
blank,
unfortunate. Yeah. And then Amon gonna swing in first, and then the number of Terry gonna just suck in the Amon for more draws.
Yeah.
Just to survive, which is unfortunately very, very scary. Probably the next turn is Noto's last turn because she'll be in the deck out range. But I guess she's just also trying to fish for that hope on that, maybe.
Perhaps so. Just cards in general, so that they can guard us.
Yeah. Cardfight are taking it as well. That's like 3 Eels gone, right? So
yes. Maybe
no rewrite next turn. Did we miss one?
I think no, we didn't miss one also because there's only one force marker down there and it's on the Rega Ilu, so there has been no rewrite.
Yeah, no, I mean like did we miss one going to another damage, for example?
Now that you mention it.
Yeah, a lot of things could happen.
Yeah, a lot of things can happen. Yeah, you're right.
But if Cardfight has the other one in the hand, it's pretty good.
Yep.
He manages to take it. Go to 5. Gets the draw. And now enabling full combo if he has it. That's around 7 attacks.
Yep.
Really dependent on if he gets the second Elul. And then will be really scary. Gonna be able to heal over a lot of damage checks. But the way that whether he's checking things right now kind of indicates to me that he probably doesn't have it. Because 3 of them are already gone as well.
All right, so let's just see what Cardfighter has in mind right now. Just making use of Ilu's skill to just get a card out to Regard Circle. Ilu coming in, start of the chain there.
And plays over the grade 3 for the Uluru. And now, has full combo. One side can go 0, 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
And the other side can go 1, 2, 3. But with only so here's the scary thing is like Cardfight didn't get a second rewrite of Elul, so now is gonna be just stuck on like 1 force, and 1 force with 1 damage check is actually doable, and gets the last Elul out of the deck right there with the lost Gear Dog aids.
Yep.
A bit late, unfortunately. It's just deck fitting is nice.
Yep.
This might be his last turn as well.
True. Doing a trigger check right now just to see how many triggers are out. It's safe to say that Noto's trigger count might be a bit low in the deck. Considering the amount of draws, the amount of switch checks, the amount of triggers that we've seen not go into the hand or not being checked as a drive check as well. So this could be a critical turn for both players.
Yep. And here we go. Cardfighter gonna swing in now. This is the 15k. 5k shield. Drops the Executor.
Yep.
And now we'll go into Ilul. And Ilul will sink for a nice 18, I think. And easy 10k guard unless Cardfighter decides to commit the boost right now.
Yep. There's a counter charge too as well from Ilu's ability. Deciding 10K. To guard with Fujin Lin right now. So then Ilu now going into the bind, calling out the grade 2 Ilu. And
now the Ilu binds the Elul.
Correct.
And then this is now hitting 1929. Which is technically like a 2-card guard. You can actually maybe take this one if you want to, unless you want to take the Elul attack.
Yeah, but it has to be a defensive trigger. Otherwise, it's of no help to Noto right now. A defensive trigger is what she needs if she is going to take it.
Yeah, you have to know when to take. So taking this, no
defensive
trigger, unfortunately.
Ooh, okay. So the combination continues on right now. Elu becoming Elu once again. And Elu attacking with what is it? Base 23?
32, I think.
Yeah, 32
right
as well. So magic number once again.
9 in the bind zone. So a 2-card guard. Does Noto actually have enough cards to guard though?
I think she might scrape by, but I really cannot say. So we gotta also mention so that the Gear Cats haven't boosted yet. The Gear Cat behind Ilul right now hasn't boosted yet. So if that Ilul actually gets
she
replaced
takes
by
it.
unfortunately that's the game. I think she knew it already. There's no way that she could guard off everything that's coming on.
Oh, there's two heals in the deck.
There's still two heals in the deck. Yeah.
Still 2 heals. Dang, that was close.
Yeah, maybe she was betting on it. So with the
I think in that situation you'd bet on it, right? Because you look at that deck, 2 heals. That's a draw, I think.
Yeah.
The drawing deck is so rough though.
Yeah, with a deck that thing too as well. So, but Noto has always shown such a strong mastery of deck thinning. So
because if she actually got the heal there, there's like 4 cards in the deck, and you have to like draw the draw trigger, or the draw trigger has to be on the bottom.
Yeah.
Or otherwise you deck out. But that was like, that would be the perfect way to finish your final turn, right? You know, the 1 card left in deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was it was a rough start for Noto, that's for sure.
Very, very rough start, yes.
Having to do that G assist.
Having to do that G assist just to get that grade 1-2 as well. And she does have the option of Shahalat and Amon 2 as well. And I think that she really thought long and hard over what to choose going into the grade 3 Vanguard phase or so. So I think her choosing Shahalat is not a bad shout too as well. I think she would have gotten just as much from Amon as the write-up instead. So it really came down to weighing out the options also.
Yeah, I feel like when you see when you see like 2 number of Terra and then a Shaharot versus an Amon, you're like, oh, I'm definitely going for the Shaharot, because I just want to draw 8 cards. I just want plus slot, and it's like, to be fair, it's one of the few ways you can like survive the turn. Otherwise, if you had the Amon early, if you had early Fugilins, and then you were disrupting your opponent's board, and then you go into the Amon, that's a much stronger play. But alas, she just didn't have it. So just go old school, draw a bunch of cards, draw more, drop a hope on dump somewhere, and then hope for the best, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that it also came down to just the top deck too as well. So defensive triggers would have really, really helped a lot.
Those were really good defensive triggers.
Yeah, those are really good defensive triggers. It helped a lot for Cardfighter also, because it really helped him block off a lot of attacks from the restanding number of terrors and the Amon too as well. So yeah, just goes to show also that it's not just the plays also, but it's just what's on the top of the deck also that does.
You need a bit of luck. You need the skills, and you need the luck to make it through.
Yep.
So yeah, that is pretty much that for the entire Swiss rounds of V today. We're gonna go into have a short break before we find out the real top 8 for tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. So just sit back and relax, and we'll be back very soon. All right?
Very, very soon.
Cardfight Vanguard. Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride deck set Chrono Jet. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Kaguya-sama Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG Marketing Manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt, or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
am I going to get fired?
This is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account, and it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And you know, people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No, and that's kind of. Yeah, I got the question a lot, but yeah, I know.
So like skipping ropes then?
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was already pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have this?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, you know, because we get like samples and stuff like that. And then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So like yeah, so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so and what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. You know, because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so that's still kind of okay. But at the same time, you know, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then you know everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard anime, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But you know, it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. You care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events. I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think is ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby. So we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case by case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren. I want to use his deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight. But I really like Ren, so that's probably.
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like an amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really because
wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing TCG also. I'm playing I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is, engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well, I think. Worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I didn't used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay. Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Get me?
Because I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah. Is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys decide to click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool, at the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, I paid... Yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
Welcome back, everyone. It is all three of us here for the final leg of the journey, as we will announce who is going to be joining us tomorrow for the top 8 bracket. After 7 intense rounds of Swiss, it is time to see who is going to be fighting for those prizes, as they will have to win through top 8 and get to at least top 4 to get anything to brag home about. So let's take a look at our final standings and who made it out to the very top. And so we're going to first show you 20th to 11th to see who did not make it out, sadly. So Maelstrom Casual, I wonder what they played. Sadly, finished at 5-2. Aya, Notorious Ed, we saw her earlier on stream. Unfortunately, with DI, does not make it through. Kelly Beyonce, Winley, Banot Seekers, Smurf, All Might is Mermaid Man, Iman, Kirol, and of course, Hakase Mark with that X2 record. What was Mark on actually, Kai? Was it Steam Maidens?
Steam Maidens, yeah, Steam Maidens. Favorite deck.
Yep.
So there you have the 20th to 11th rank of X2 players that unfortunately did not make it through. But now we got to take a look at the bubble as well as the top 8 that did make it in. So unfortunately, Colin Lee and Biagio, our great nature player, sadly does not make it up into the top cut, finishing at that X2 record. And the one and only X2 that made it into the top 8 is Blaster with the Jewel Knights. So congratulations for making it through that very, very tight space of X2 record. It really came down to the X2 with the best resistance, the best tiebreakers possible.
And then we have in the rest of top 8, right? 7th, we have Cardfight at 159. 6th, we got Losef. 5th, we got King Udon. 4th, we have Art in the top 3. Techno Eagle in 3rd. Anthony Sean Cha in the 2nd. And then finally, first place of Swiss, Sackmaster.
Very fitting. Very fitting.
Very fitting as well. Undefeated across the entire Swiss round over there. We haven't been able to see his matches or so, but we will definitely be seeing them tomorrow as him and the 7 others compete in the top 8 tomorrow.
That is right. So for those curious about the decks, Sackmaster played, so we can actually see the bracket, so we can tell you what the matchups will actually be. So Sackmaster will play against Blaster 56, so that will be Steam Maidens versus Jewel Knights from top to bottom. Then Art, playing Luard, will play against King Udon, playing Steam Maidens. Then Anthony Sean Chua, playing Steam Maidens, will play against Cardfight 159, who is also in Steam Maidens. And then we will have Techno Eagle playing Night Rose, playing up against Losef, playing Steam Maidens. So if you've counted it as I've listed it, there is 5 Steam Maidens, as well as 1 Luard, 1 Night Rose, and 1 Jewel Knight player in our top cut for day 2.
Wow, and we've got the nice nation flag as well representing.
Yep.
And yeah, lots of Philippine players seem to have done it very well, right?
That's right.
Representing the AO region as well. So, and the one Australian too as well, King Udon, representing the oceanic side of Asia Oceanic.
2 Australians. And Techno Eagle.
2 Australians. Sorry, 2. Techno Eagle. My mistake. So yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We have 2 American players as well. You know, the AO time zone always works really well for the American players because it's just like rounding off the evening if you're in the West Coast. Of course, getting pretty late into the night if you're East Coast. So that one is a bit more of a uphill battle, but nevertheless.
But I think there's a BSF going on in America like today. So
yeah, pretty sure there is a BSF in Canada.
Yeah, so good to still see people playing BRO right now. But you know, BSF's coming, and then we have EU as well coming in very soon. So got a lot of still a lot of games. Right?
Yep.
Still a lot of games to go through. Yeah.
That is right.
So
with that being said, I think that we are good for today. That was the V Premium Day 1. And we, of course, will be back for Day 2 as well tomorrow at the same time, a little bit earlier, actually, to watch the top 8, followed by the top 4 and the finals. To hear from the winner as well. But don't forget that Day 1 might be over in the AO region, but it is not over for the other 2 regions as well. We do have EU followed by NA, and I think EU might still be a little bit before they get started, but slowly but surely, you know, getting in there. But guys, what are your expectations for the other 2 regions? What do you think we're going to see across EU and NA?
Oh, I think we might see more Steam Maidens, but I don't know. I want a Luad to make it through, you know?
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good, especially in EU.
Especially in EU. You know, if you play there and you're playing Luad, I hope you do your best.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hope to see one Luard in top 8 of EU, just one.
One Luard.
Maybe two.
Hopefully it's me, right?
oh, you said it.
You said it right there. So yeah,
I'm a very humble person, all right? I'm happy if any other Luard player makes it through too.
We'll wish luck to all the Luards.
Wish luck to all the Luard players. Wish luck to all the players playing in EU and NA2 as well.
True.
So my heart does sink a little bit that Biagio didn't make it to the top 8 from there. But I would love to see a little bit more Leopolds, Great Natures, a few other stuff as well. So like Dimension Police, if the universe says so, that would be really, really nice to see compete in the top 8 as well. So hell, just having them be featured on stream as well for NA and EU as well would be phenomenal.
It would, 100%. I kind of want to be the devil's advocate and just be like, I want to see 8 Steam Maidens in one of the regions. Just to see the pie chart. Yeah. See the pie chart just be just the whole art. Like, oh.
Yeah, just the whole
Lord.
art. So it's just one Elu right there. There's your top 8.
Well, if you want to be like that, you can say, the top 4 pie chart could be all Steam Maidens still. There's still that possibility.
True.
And then once all 3 regions have that, then the triangle is complete.
Yes.
That's right.
Full Steam Maiden triangle. But
the future
people,
that we
players rise up, make that not a reality, right?
Yes.
We shall have to see. So, with that, gentlemen, any other closing thoughts before we send it off for day 1 of AO?
Yeah, it's been great. Hope you all come tomorrow morning. Check out the top 8, and we'll go from there, right, Captain?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna be looking at the top 8, and we will be the first to crown the champion of BRO 2023. So do be sure to tune in tomorrow as well, and don't forget to go and tune into the EU side and the NA regions too as well for more card fighting action from us here at Bushiroad Rumble Online.
That is right. So with that is going to be it for the 3 of us for the AO broadcast. Please do enjoy the EU and NA sides of V Premium Day 1 here for BRO 2023. And we will see you guys tomorrow in the morning to see the top 8 duke it out for that lovely Chronojet prize. But with that, that's it for us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad,
Weiss Schwarz. A romantic battle of the brains unfolds again on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack, Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard! Something is trying to cross over to this side. Chrono Drag, huh? How did it get here? Chrono Jet Dragon? Are G units back too? Special Series Stride Deck Set Chrono Jet! Bushiroad!